lead speakers as well. Well, without further ado, I'd like to proceed with the lead speakers. The first lead speaker, who will be Professor Datin Dr. Siti Nur Akma Abdullah. Professor Datin Dr. Siti Nur Akma Abdullah, I'd like to give a brief view about her background profile, which is she currently engaged as a professor in plant molecular biology in UPM, University of Putra, Malaysia. She has about 30 years of experience in molecular biological research of palm oil. Her research focused on functional genomics, genetic manipulation, and molecular diagnostic tools for crop improvement and field management. She also served as director of Institute of Plantation Studies in UPM for 3 years, from 2016 to 2019. And also, she has been head of laboratory for plantation crops for 9 years. And she had a lot of research from national to international level, and she secured grants from private and government as well, such as Gunting Plantation and Blacker Plantation as well. Well, Professor Datin, Dr. Siti Nur Akma Abdullah, I'd like to roll the ball to your court. The ball is yours. The visual is clear, Prof.
Is everything okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
The slide is clear. Your voice is clear as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that nice introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of IPC 2021 for giving me the opportunity to share some of my research experience on biotechnology of oil palm. So the title that has been given to me, which fit in with the theme of this very important international conference is biotechnology practices for sustainable plantation. So I'm from the Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra, Malaysia. Oh, how come I cannot see the other part of the slide? It's not full. I've got pictures on this side. So how to remove that?
Oh, don't worry, you can see the full slide here.
I cannot see. I myself cannot see to see my slide. How? I don't want to have this picture at the side there. How
the picture of the people's faces, right?
Yeah.
So on top of the pictures too, there's a top left corner tu ada, it says hide thumbnail video. Do you see?
Okay now. Okay, now it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh. Okay. So oil palm is well positioned to meet the demand for vegetable oil, which is about 240 million ton by the year 2050. So because it's a very productive oil with a yield of 7 to 11 times more than other major oil crops, which many of them are annual crops. Okay, furthermore, it is can continuously produce food to 20 to 30 years. Yeah, it's a perennial crops. And of course, it can produce many products because it's a very versatile oil. The products in both edible and non-edible markets. So I'm going to just share some of my research work here to enhance oil palm productivity and resilience. That, of course, that meet the sustainability issues on economy, increasing the economic gain from the oil palm. The challenges that I'm going to discuss is on the loss due to major disease, in particular the basal stem rot disease due to Ganoderma boninense, and the high dependency on fertilizer for the growth of the oil palm. And of course, all these losses affecting the yield, and the yield has been stagnating for many years. So to address these issues, we in my lab have been working on early detection of Ganoderma boninense infection, and also to understand the molecular mechanism for diabetes threat response, in particular for increased efficiency of nutrient uptake. So the target would be, at the end of it, we will have a better disease and fertilizer management in the field. And of course, in the end, we also overall will have a yield improvement. When we are talking about the crops in the field, we are looking at a dynamic biological structure in the ecosystem. So even though the plants are sessile in nature, it is not moving, but there is a dynamic response in the plant system to the environmental impacts. So the changes in environment will be responding accordingly in the plant system. If there is a change of environmental factors, the plant will respond through the genome. It will express certain genes, okay, that will produce certain proteins, and there will be molecular interaction of the proteins and the metabolites with the environment as a whole to enable plant to survive with the change in the whatever happened in the environment. So we are not talking about something which is static, but actually it is a dynamic system responding to the changing of the environment. So previously, we have been looking at maybe specific genes or specific proteins. So nowadays, with the advent of technology, we can look at the whole system. For example, we can look at the whole genome, okay, to understand the variation between different varieties, for example, and we can look at the expression in the whole of the tissue responding to the changes. So we are looking at the level of the transcriptomes, looking at the expression of the genes at the RNA level, which of course will be converted to the protein. We look at the proteomes. And at the protein level, we are not just looking at the translational level, we can also look at the post-translational level, what effects, which can affect the functions of the protein. And the metabolites produced by protein, of course, are compounds that are responding to all the changes, okay, so that the plant will be able to survive. For example, if any abiotic stress or any infection by pathogens. So all these are the omic tools are very important because it can give the system's biology approach, and we can see the interaction of the different compounds, and we are not looking at the in isolation, so we are looking at the overall picture. In this way, our understanding of the biological system will be more correct, and whatever technique we want to develop based on the omics technology will be give better precision. Not only because it is because it looks at all the network in the system, the network of the genes, the network of the proteins interaction with each other, how when there is a change in one will affect all the other different pathways. And we are also understanding the dynamic response, what happened with time, what happened at the early response, what happened at the late response, for example, in the pathogen. So this overall understanding is very important. And we know that the biological system is very complex. So we need to have all this thorough understanding to have precision in the development of any technology, for example, for detection or for the improvement of the crops. So when we are fortunate because we have the draft of the outcome genome which was released in 2013. Now the genome, the draft has been improved to fit all the gaps. So in our studies in UPM, and of course I'm sure in all many other labs are referring to these genomes to identify the functions of other gene, the group, the grouping of our genes, the identity of the gene, because that really helps us in our research. It all the different stages from the understanding the response and also the development of the tools that can be used for the group improvement. So of course, this was reported in 2013, and there are been many genes that have been identified, including those responding to the pathogen for the nutrient uptake efficiency for the drought. Okay, all these are available, and we of course we can refer to, and with time maybe we can also added certain genes that we, through our work, that we have identified the function, and we can have a better understanding of each gene in the all-palm genome sequence. Besides having the genome sequence, so MPOB has assembled the biggest all-palm germ plasm collections of both Elis guineaensis and Elis oleifera accession. The Elis guineaensis is the African all-palm, that is the commercial variety being used now. And the Elis oleifera have a lot of valuable traits. For example, the shortness, okay, maybe the high in different micronutrients, the high unsaturation, which can be integrated into the through interspecific process. So of course, from the germplasm, we can mine for genetic variation that is associating with the traits of interest. And based on the natural variation, of course, it will be the best way to improve our plant because it's already there naturally, and it has proven to be associating with the traits that we are studying, traits of interest, possibly resistance to pathogen, better production of micronutrients and others. So of course, these materials are being used at MPOB and maybe also given to the commercial plantation from their result for improving yield, for dampiness, and for all other different valuable traits. So what are sustainability? So we might be very excited about different technology, but we must bear in mind whatever we do, we must address the sustainability issue. That is, there are the three main pillars: economic viability, environmental responsibility, and social equity. So for the development of new technology, of course, that will address the economic viability, okay, by increasing the yield and the income. The efficient technology and easy adoption of technology, of course, we must remember that we have big industry players and smallholders. So for social equity is best in our work, we hope that it can be adopted not just by the industry players, but also the smallholders. That is how we address our social equity from our research output. Aspects, because we are preventing much use of to reduce the use of fungicide. For example, if it's disease resistant, I'm going to share about three projects, some of the work that we have done, just to share with the audience. So now it's first on the metabolite and DNA biomarkers for early detection of gain-borne infection in all palm. So of course, we all know about this disease, the basal stem rot, which has resulted in a big economic loss of more than 1 billion annually. And recently, there was a report that 9.2% of land area of smallholders involved in replanting incentive scheme has also been infected. 9.2% is a big percentage. It's almost 10%. So metabolite and DNA marker, of course, will help for early detection. That is what we propose to do and what we are doing now in our lab. Because as you know, the physical symptom of the infected tree will only occur when it is too late to save the plant. So if we can detect early, better management strategy, better intervention strategy, so we can save the plant in the field. And of course, we have a better way to control the disease using the different techniques. So in our work, we do artificial inoculation of the seedlings, and we do a destructive sapling of the roots at very early stage, 3 days post-infection, 7 and 11 days post-infection. There is no physical symptoms. In fact, it is a very early stage. We don't expect to see any physical symptoms at this time. So of course, even though there's no physical symptom, we can do macroscopic analysis. Through the scanning electron microscopy, we can see here the fungal hyphae that is on the cell surface, and we can see the based on the gel, the Ganoderma specific DNA, we can detect the infection. It's just that we can see there is a change For example, during the vital phase, we have a more dense fungal hyphae, and we see that there is a response from the plant, and the hyphae has been reduced at the later stage, that is at 11 days and 7 days. So we clinically see the response based on the reduction in fungal hyphae. And we can see from the PCR also there is at 7 and 11, there is a less dense picture of the band. And to confirm our infection, we can see the necrosis of the basal stem, and finally, we can see the fruiting bodies on the plant. So we actually successfully infected our plant. So as the Ganoderma is actually a hemobiotropic, but we were in fact at early stage using the biotrophic phase with less cellular damage. Later on, there was a strong mechanism by the pathogen, the necrophage, which will result in large cellular damage to the plant, okay, but still no physical symptoms. So we want to actually prevent it at the biotrophic phase, or maybe at the early necrotrophic phase to prevent major damage to the plant. So that is why it's very important to study the early stage detection. So through our metabolic analysis, this one we are working closely with MPOB. We use the resistant variety and susceptible variety. That is the cross that's shown here. We can identify, for example, if you can look here, there is in the middle, in the dark brown, we got a compound fucosterol pyridine benzoquinolate is only detected in the resistant variety. This can be a metabolite biomarker. Interestingly, there is a quinoline here, which is found in both resistant and susceptible variety, but it is produced in higher abundance in the quinoline, in the light brown here, in the resistant varieties. So showing that the resistant variety produce more of this compound. And we see the dynamic of the production of the compound is also different. The resistant variety tends to produce the compound faster, more aggressively, okay, with a faster peak, and the susceptible even though produced, but it is slower. So this is one of the compound that can be used as antifungal compound, is whatever formulation that you want to do. Quinoline, actually we have published this work and we have patented our findings. Another work on the transcriptomic, we were able to identify different groups of genes that are expressed, that is upregulated, that is specific to the biotrophic phase, that is at 3 days post-infection, and the later stage, necrotrophic phase, at the 11 days post-infection. If you can see at the graph here, we can see that there is the gene, for example, the protein 1 like at the top there, it is expressed earlier at the biotrophic phase, and then it go down the level. And at the later stage, we have another gene, MYC2, is expressed later at the necrotrophic phase at the 11 days. So that's showing that there is a phase-specific biomarker. And we can use this. We use it in the plantation, and we were able, for example, if you can see palm A there, we can see one band there that is specific for the early stage. We got one palm that is, we can detect it. Yeah. So actually we take the roots, that is upper ground roots. So actually we can use this in the field. So we are trying to use this capillary technique, which can be brought to the field to identify palm that have been infected at very early stage, and we can do suitable intervention strategy to protect the plant before losing it to the disease. This can be brought in the field, so of course this could be a technique that can be used not only by the plantation industry but also by the smallholders. So it addresses the economic viability, the social accessibility, and the environmental factor. If we detect early, we reduce less fungicide to kill the pathogen. So that address all the sustainability pillars of for it to be sustainable technology. So for the phosphate uptake, we as you know, phosphate among the abiotic stress, phosphate is very important because it can reduce the low fruit production. Of course, there is a drought, also low potassium can also have different effects on the plant that has been studied by other workers earlier. So we are looking in particular the phosphate because phosphate is a very important macronutrient. It is not exhaustive. We're going to have reduced because the source is not renewable. with time, we've going to list reduced source of this phosphate, and of course, the price of the fertilizer will increase with reduce in source. And of course, we don't want to use so much fertilizer as it will be polluting the environment. So we studied this. In fact, we studied this in collaboration with industry members. We use clonal pumps, all pump clones, and we actually were able to identify clones that are efficient in phosphate uptake. Okay, so that is available in materials in the industry, which can be studied further. And we can also see that minus P, when we remove the phosphate, there is increase in biomass of the roots. That is the morphological effects. And we can see in the young leaf, the effect is not as significant as compared to the roots in the absence of phosphate. For example, at 28 days, there are more severe effect, of in the phosphorus content in the roots, in the absence of phosphate. So we do the phosphate and minus phosphate treatment here. And of course, when we profile under phosphate deficiency, for example, AP2ERF, it increased in expression at 21 days, 28 days, and other genes, for example, SPX5, that is a facilitator protein to transcription factor, is also important regulatory gene, is affected by phosphate deficiency because the gene expression increased from 14 and increased further up to 28 days. So for metabolite also, we identify different metabolite under absence of phosphate, NP2 and P1 at 14 days and 24 days, and the presence of phosphate. So we can see the differential production of these metabolites. The product includes sugars, for example, fructose, glucose, and the fatty acid, for example, stearate. So this can also be biomarkers to identify progenies which is efficient in phosphate uptake. I need to also remind that there are also technologies, biotechnology, for example, MPOB has detected variant in the shell gene, and for the fruit color, virescent bright orange for determine ripeness, for that is at the gene level, but here we are detecting at the expression level, which can be utilized in the field. In the field, when the palms are grown in the field, we can have biomarkers based on the expression of the genes, transcript, and also the metabolites production. So I'm going to share technology, the recent technology on the CRISPR. Of course, many of you have heard about CRISPR. It is the latest development in gene editing technology. Okay, this because of the many application of this technology, and it will to overcome the GMO issues because it does not involve insertion of foreign gene when you do genetic engineering. So it has created a lot of interest. So in our lab, we also venture into this area. We are using the Cas9 and the single guide RNA to target specific region of the all palm genome. Okay, when we use in the model system, we were able to develop protoplast, for example, in the cabbage, and we found out in the all palm, the techniques are quite similar. So we can also produce protoplast from the all palm. And then when we target the all palm genome, we can specifically target specific genes of interest, for example. But this one is not an outcome. I'm just sharing that what we have done in model plant. We targeting this gene BODPB3 in cabbage. We were able to activate its expression. Okay, using the sgRNA as to target the genome of this cabbage. Yeah. This gene is BODP3 is confer heat resistance to cabbage so that it can grow in the lowland area. And we were able to also study the effect of the activation of the gene on other gene. For example, here we are looking at another gene which we call BOD-RIP. So when the expression of DPP3 increase, the BOD-RIP decrease. Now we know that in the system, actually the genes are interacting with each other. So when we are doing all this activation, we need to understand what happened to the network of genes. So with the availability of this system, the CRISPR technology, we will now be able to do functional study on the network of gene as a result of changes in the expression of certain target gene. And we can now do in the all palm because previously, because of the all palm, it takes a long time to regenerate and all that we did not do in the transgenic system, but with this system we can now use in the homologous system in the oil palm. With this, so this technology is very valuable, and because if the activation of gene of interest is successful, of course we have a planting material in form of tissue culture material, because the protoplast that we introduce the sgRNA can also be regenerated to produce clones. So that will be also a source of new planting materials. This technology is very strong or very powerful. In fact, it can go beyond breeding potential. For example, if through breeding we can increase certain gene products, for example, twofold, maybe because this go breeding potential, maybe we can increase to threefold. Because this is the power of this technology. Of course, we have to address the acceptance of the public, but in certain countries, this technology has been accepted because of the it does not involve insertion of foreign genes. So that as a whole, I'm going to conclude. Through the biomarker technology and genetic modulation through CRISPR technology, we have the technology to produce high-yielding planting materials. And from the field screening, if we identify certain OTAT, we can also do tissue culture, and we can monitor the presence of the desired allele that we have found from our study, for example, from gene expression, or maybe look at the variant in the clonal pumps. Okay, so we can, based on this, can use as biomarkers, so we can choose what planting material we can grow in the plantation that will be with the desired trait based on our biomarker. And not forgetting the CRISPR technology is the technology that we should develop because of the potential, we don't want to be left behind. So hopefully we can produce a more superior planting materials. As a whole, we have addressed the sustainability issue through our project because we are looking at increasing the economic output, increasing the yield. Of course, it is synonymous with economic. And we are developing technology. This can be used in the field that is accessible, simple, efficient technology that is cost effective. Hopefully, it will also reach the smallholders, not just the big industry players. And of course, most of our technique are addressing the environmental factors because we want to reduce the fertilizer input. We want to screen the disease early to detect the pathogen early to save the plant, and in the end, we will not be using much fungicide to protect the plant due to the fungal pathogen. So I want to acknowledge now my PhD student that have been involved in doing this work, and the government agency and the private sector that have been working with us, MPOB, FAFDA, and Applied Agriculture Research. With that, I thank you. Is that okay? Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Siti Nur Rahmatullah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can unmute your mic and you can ask your questions, or you can type the questions here. Then I'll help you to get the question to Prof. Prof, meanwhile, the question from the audience, I have one personal question to you. I hope you can share your opinion and view. See, Prof, we have the challenges on the remarks from Western's dilemma on oil palm. How do you think that biotechnology can support to in terms of push our product for a European market? So how we can get support from biotech as a scientific evidence? This is on business perspective, because we have various elements to need to be supported, especially from the
Previously, we have been a speaker working on the traceability. We can actually address that through the traceability, because now the omics technology can really trace the content of the oil, the different stages, whether there is contamination and all that. So the traceability will be using all the different omics technology, not just DNA. We can also look at the metabolite profile maybe of the oil to compare from different regions. We can trace it from the place it comes and to the final product that is maybe in the market. So that is one way. And of course, all our practices, for example, all the different technology must address of course the environmental, not to, and then for example when we increase the yield, of course it address the to increase the yield per unit area because we have a cap of about 6.5 million hectares. But I think the traceability technology, there is of course a biotechnology techniques, not like the metabolomics and proteomics. I think that we had to form like a fingerprint, yeah, from for the original source to the end commercialized products, and it is also being done. Yeah, it is being developed, this technology.
Thank you, Prof. Thanks a lot. Your sharing is real insight and give me a real insight where the traceability issues is a really a huge part that will be support for business and also especially when you want to penetrate the European market. Well, Prof,
Dr. Selva,
I'd like
can
to
I
thank,
just ask one last
yeah.
question?
Oh yeah, Dr. Samsia.
Yeah. Okay, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Shamsia from UIT. Just want to know, we know that this is a targeted improvement.
Okay. Of course, this CRISPR technology has a lot of application, not just on genetic improvement. It can also be used for detection, diagnostics. In fact, we are working on diagnostic. So there is, of course, there is no issue when you apply for diagnostic for functional study, like what I mentioned just now. But of course, GMO, we have to wait for the acceptance or approval of the GMAC and all that, because it has been approved in certain countries, but in Malaysia we have to wait and see. But of course we have to start the research. We have to start the research when if it's accepted, we are ready to give our product. But if we start when it is approved, I think that might be a waste of time, because that technology is available, so we should start from now. Yeah.
Great, Prof. I hope Dr. Samsia gets something, some insight over there. Well, Prof, I would like to thank you for your great insight and your sharing session. And well, team, we'd like to move further. I'd like to invite the next presenter for the research entitled, the paper entitled Factor Influencing Smallholders' Readiness in Implementing Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil, MSPO, certification, a conceptual framework, right? To present that paper, I'd like to invite Zanurul Huzaima Zainuddin from UPM, University, Putra, Malaysia. Zanurul, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Zanurul Huzaima. I'm from School of Business and Economics, Putra, University, Putra, Malaysia. The topic today is on factors influencing smallholders' readiness in implementing Malaysia's sustainable palm oil certification. A little bit of background of the study. Well, time and again, we have heard here an attempt or call by certain countries, especially in the Western, to boycott Malaysia palm oil, both refined and crude, over too many reasons. Two obvious reasons are the claim of deforestation and also the unsustainability. Critics in the West say that Malaysia have been cutting down too many trees over the years, clearing virgin jungles and forests, which have risen to the numerous problems for the climate, environment, habitat, and the indigenous people living in the forest. They also claim that the method that we use in our palm oil plantations are not sustainable. They said that palm oil must be sustainable and that land conversion for agricultural use must not adversely impact the environment. Hence, Malaysia Sustainable Palm Oil Certificate aims to provide a locally tailored standard that combines the need of small and medium producers in complying with these sustainability criteria. Since 2017, that MSPO certification was made mandatory for all the independent smallholder and organized smallholders to be obtained by 1st January 2020. The government effort to ensure that this 100% MSPO certification for its palm oil will also see Malaysia moving closer towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to 2030 that promote sustainable, inclusive, equitable economic growth. Okay, this slide shows that for the plantation, the private plantations, Malaysia have achieved about 99.8% of its land certified. For organized smallholders, 98.5% have been certified. However, for independent smallholders, only 31.6% is certified out of the total 5,219,426.71 hectares as December 2020. For smallholders, definitions within the oil palm industry is defined as the landowners with less than 40 hectares of planted oil palm. In Malaysia, the average size of independent palm oil smallholdings is recorded as 2.6 hectares, with only 89% of these for smallholders having less than 4 hectares. The first issue is on organized smallholders and independent smallholders covers the 28% of the palm oil planted areas of total land ownership in the whole Malaysia. However, as goes back to the previous slide, only a total of 311,759 hectares under palm oil cultivation obtained this MSP certification. MPOB has warned that under the MPOB licensing 2005 regulation number 15, MPOB would issue a warning, legal action, and ultimately suspension or revocation of license to the industry, including the smallholders or those who have not yet begun the MSP certification process or are certified with MSPO starting by January 1st, 2021. So this mandatory implementation is aimed to enhance the image of the country's palm oil in terms of sustainability while fulfilling the demand for certified palm oil in the global market. Here is the theoretical framework. Using rational choice theory to explain the issues. This rational choice theory is a general theory used in many fields such as economy, political science, and also in sociology. It is where we can understand how people behave in a group by looking at the individual behavior and adding all this. It is based on the idea that everything people do is fundamentally rational. Rational is a pattern of choices where people act on self-interest, driven by personal desire and motivated by personal goals. People calculated the cost and benefit for every action and choose the one with best outcome for themselves. As Gary Burton stated, that behavior is rational if it is goal-oriented, reflective, and consistent across time and different choice situation. Among the things that they will consider are time, information, approval, and prestige to determine the value of all these possible actions. Being consistent means that a smallholder will always behave in the same way, has the same attitude towards MSPO, and achieve same level of success in implementing. They wouldn't out of the sudden going to implement MSPO when they doesn't even believe or understand what is MSPO is all about. Being goal-oriented means that the smallholders Being goal-oriented means that the smallholder wants to reach a certain outcome with its action, such as having more revenue and income from high FFP price, where they will ensure that their land follows all the MSP requirements to achieve better yield. Being reflective means The smallholder will learn from its previous action to do better. For example, when they receive low yields using their own method, so in change, they will change their behavior to manage their palm oil land better by following the MSPO guidelines to achieve better yield. So the objective of this study is to identify the factors of readiness to implement the MSPO certification among the palm oil smallholders. It also to determine the significant factors of readiness to implement the MSPO certification, and furthermore to develop and validate palm oil smallholder readiness model. This is the framework where we look into the attitude towards sustainability, the government support, the perceived benefit, and knowledge on MSPO towards the readiness for this smallholder to implement the MSPO certification. The hypothesis we have for hypothesis, it is to see whether there's a positive effect of attitude on sustainability, government support, perceived benefit, and knowledge on MSPO principles on readiness to implement MSPO amongst the palm oil smallholder. This study is using a self-administered questionnaire. It is targeted towards the independent smallholder with a sample frame of 409. It will be using the stratified sampling, which the questionnaire components consist of 7 sections, which comprise of the knowledge on MSPO principles, expectations on the MSPO benefit, the government support, market pressure, political stability, awareness on sustainability, and the MSPO cost. Hoping for the contribution of this study that the findings should significantly contribute to the readiness and implementation study, especially in palm oil setting. This study also is to identify the empirical measures influence shareholder to implement MSP certification. So hopefully this framework is useful to get insight on specific factors that influence the readiness to implement MSP certification.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Zainul Uzaima. Well, Zainul, I have one question to you regarding the topic. What do you think that major barriers to implement the MSPO certification in Malaysian palm oil industry? What's the major barriers that we're facing at the moment?
Currently, what the based on the literature and also some of the findings, we notice that smallholder feels the knowledge is still lacking. Even though the government covered all the costs for MSPO, but without the proper knowledge and proper understanding of the benefit of MSPO, the smallholders will have a bit reluctant in implementing it.
No, thank you, Zainul, for your sharing as well. Well, shall we proceed with the next presenter? Before that, I'd like to make a gentle reminder for your kind information. We have 12 minutes for each presenter, 10 minutes for your presentation, and normally we allocate 1 to 2 minutes for your question and answer. All right, kindly bear that on your mind. And we'd like to proceed with a next presenter for the paper entitled Smallholders, paper 8, which is COVID-19 and food security in Malaysia, implications on smallholding agriculture. The presenter, Muhammad Norashid Hafizi bin Rashidi and Fazlin Abdul Fattah. Well, I'd like to invite Muhammad Norashid for the presentation. Najmi, is Muhammad Rashid is here?
Yeah, he's here.
Thank you. Najmi, probably you can assist him.
Yeah, I'm contacting him now. Hold on, yeah.
Or we can invite the next speaker so that Fizi is get ready.
Yeah, I think we should proceed with the next one first, and then I'll try to settle with Mr. Hafizi first.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Well, due to some technical issues, I think we'd like to proceed with the next presenter for the paper entitled Smallholders' Perception on the Roles of Extension Agent for Coconut Industry Sustainability. For that, I'd like to invite Ahmad Lokman bin Rusli for your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Selva. Did you hear me?
Ahmad Lokman, your voice is slightly dim. Could you come maybe closer to the speaker or the mic? Thank you.
Okay, did you hear me, Doctor?
Now clear and loud.
Okay, sure. Okay. Did you can see my PowerPoint?
Yeah, visual clear.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and a very good morning to all the panels, participants, and all the candidates. My name is Amal Uman bin Rusli. Today I would like to present my research title on the smallholders' perception on the role of extension agent coconut industry sustainability, with my corresponding author, Madam Nurul Ain binti Isa. Okay, now basically we know coconut industry is the most important crop for Malaysia. Other for 30 years. So let me take a look on the introduction. Okay. So we know coconut or Cocos nucifera L is one of the most important crops that are widely planted in 96 developing countries in the world, with the end area of a 12.19 million hectare, with the high annual production up to 13.59 million ton of copra. As we know, extension agent is the very important person, either in a major crop or a secondary crop, such as coconut industry, which will be as a major crop for Malaysia and also for the other countries. As we know, in the terms of the extension agent specialists, they must have an expanded specialized competencies, which is more than one program to face with the smallholders from the coconut industry background. To quicken the development of the coconut industries, which is to become more sustainability, the extension agent must polish their itself that has been given by the government to play their enormous important role by guaranteeing the buyers to get the reliable and reasonable supply of the coconuts. Other than that also, to make the coconut oil palm more sustainability by using the three pillars of the sustainability, which is the environmental, social, and also economically. So all the extension agents must have their important role in order to give the high benefit impact to the smallholders in the way to improve the coconut sustainability. Now, let's take a look on the problem that always been faced by the smallholders in order to improve the quality of the coconut, which is for the first one is there has been reported by the RECME on 2013, which is the coconut smallholder always make their dam self-dependencies by using the traditional method rather than using the new technology method. Other than that, they also noticed that smallholders does not get any benefit from the government initiative, which is this will give the negative impact to the smallholders in order to make their coconut become sustainability. Next is the policy that has been set up by the government through the extension agent, which is that give the benefit to the smallholder was not does not give any impact to them because the extension agent in coconut industry does not play their important role in a perfect way in the giving of the environmental impact, such as large volume of the water, land use transformation, and fertilizer use is the one of the most important problem that has been faced by the coconut smallholders in order to growing their coconut crops, which is they notice that it will promote the low diversity, which can damage the environmental and risk to the smallholders. Now let's take a look on the objective for my research study. For the first objective is to identify smallholders' perception on the role of extension agent in coconut industries. And for the second objective is to determine the coconut smallholders' perception on the role of extension agent. Now it's come to the literature review. As we know, what is the smallholders' perception? Smallholders can be defined as the farmers or smallholders who have their land to grow their crop. Perception also is the set of stimuli to create the sense of stimulus in the aspect of psychology, perception which will give the understanding and awareness of the information to the smallholders. Smallholder perception also can be described as the smallholder can access and accept the role of extension agent by understanding through the different dimension by using the different segment. For the second one is the role of extension agent. What is the role of extension agent? Role is the type of action that has been shown by the people or the extension agent especially to influence other people to use the better technology by doing the linkage and collaboration with them. As an extension agent in the professional sector, they must able to influence the innovation and the decision-making process, which can transfer to the other people. For the terms of the sustainability, we know for the sustainability is the process of maintaining the proper environmental, economically, profitability, and social equity. The sustainable is the ideal that gives the inspire to the smallholders, especially in the agricultural sector. We know basically all the agricultural sector, they need the sustainability because when they are approached with the sustainability, all the production and all the yield and also of their crop will improve. Sustainability also is focusing on the long-term effect. For example, we know the coconut will become as the major crop for the year for Malaysia and other developing country for the year 2030. So how far can the coconut industry will give the impact to the national profitability? Next is about literature review for my independent variable. For the first one is the catalyst. Based on the study, catalyst is the change of the side of a driving change. It can be as an individual that require to motivate other people about the issues. For the process helper, we know the process helper is known as the compressive change agent, which is they will give the process, help the smallholder to improve their quality. In the process helper also, they must have a kind of strategy that able to acquire, examine people to use the new technology. For the resource linker, we know resource linker is the person that give the resource in order to ensure the larger part of the exchange agent. For the resource linker, they must have a two-way reliable communication, which is able for the extension agent, government, and also smallholders to discuss and to solve their problem or to improve their quality in order to get the sustainability coconut industry. For the last one is the solution giver, known as the most common role in the extension agent because they usually will guide and provide a lot of solution with the perfect solution. Solution giver also have a wide range of experience, not only under work related, but that can give a community that can help the community as a source of referral. Okay, this is the methodology that I use for my research study. For the first one is the location of study. This study was located at the Tanjung Karang, Selangor, Kuala Selangor, which is the population size that was needed in this study is 65 smallholders, with the sample size is 56. Other than that, for the sampling design, I was used the random sampling design, which is the random sampling design is a common sampling that are widely used in every research study because they can avoid from any bias. Okay, for the data collection method, the questionnaire was distributed to the smallholders during the general meeting of the smallholders and the Department of Agricultural Selangor. For the last one is the data analysis. The data analysis that I use is the reliability analysis, descriptive analysis, Pearson correlation analysis, and multiple linear regression analysis. For my research study, I was using 0.1 as a p-value after take a look on the powerful test for my research study. This is my theoretical framework. For the independent variable that has been said just now, which is the catalyst, process helper, resource linker, and also the solution giver. And for the dependent variable is the smallholder's perception on the extension agent role. This is my durability analysis. Durability analysis that I use is a 10% from the total population, which is around 7 smallholders from the coconut industries that I distribute during general meeting between the smallholders and the Department of Agriculture. It was shown the crown bench alpha is the 0.90, which is based on the study. When the cross band alpha is more than 0.7, it's able to be as an actual study. Okay, this is the descriptive analysis that I use to get knows about the respondent and also to know about the respondent. This is also the demographic analysis. And let's come to the result and discussion. For the first one is the person correlation, which is in the person correlation, I want to answer the smallholder perception on the role of extension agent. For the first one is the catalyst. It showed that the R value is the 0.594, which can be set up as the positive moderate relationship. Can be set up as a positive moderate relationship. Catalyst also is considered as the change agent that always actively support the smallholders by developing the new initiative in tackling their problem with the help of the extension agent as the guardian. So as we know, as a catalyst, they also consider which is their support, because in the terms of the role of extension agent, catalyst is the number one because they always support the smallholders by giving the self-motivation, self-esteem, and other. Thus, from this, the hypothesis alternative is acceptable. For the second one is the process helper, which is show that the process helper, the R value is the 0.640, can best be described as the positive strong relationship from the study. The process helper become positive because the variable of the process helper as the change agent, they will assist all the change agent in the all aspect, starting from the defining the problem until the solution of the problem in order to build the relationship building. It required excellent skill to manage the stage of the problem. For example, the process helper, we know from first stage until the last stage, all the process helper in the role of extension agent, they must have a several stage. So in this process helper, the hypothesis alternative is acceptable. For the third one is the resource linker, which is, can we see the R value is the 0.588 and best be described as the positive moderate relationship. So the resource linker also is useful to the smallholders by developing a wide range of network to the other agricultural agency to understanding about the smallholders needs through the better communication. We know the resource linker must have a two-way reliable communication. If this two-way reliable communication is problem, this will not make the coconut industry become sustainability. And when they have a perfect two-way reliable communication, the sustainability of the coconut industry can be improved from year to year. So next we can see the other researcher also said the resource linker is the resources that can be as a many kind, such as knowledge, skill, and also knowledge of solution in diagnose their problem, because resource linker is they will give the perfect resource in order to make the information become better. For the last person correlation analysis is the solution giver, which we can see the R value is the 0.660, can best be described as the positive strong relationship. As we know, the factor that affect the solution giver become strong is the agent provide the definite ideas and have a lot of solution to adopt the problem, as well as to convince other people to pursue the solution, because the change agent will give a lot of commitment to manage the particular issues with the proper solution in the way to understanding the resistant solution. As we know, the solution giver is the person who gives the solution to the smallholders. So when they are always communicate, they are always get through with the smallholders, so the smallholders can share their problem, and also the accession agent also will give the perfect solution that has been guided from the ministry, for example, Ministry of Plantation, Ministry of Agriculture, sorry. So in this solution giver, the hypothesis alternative is acceptable.
So,
Okay,
Lukman,
now
sorry,
is the,
we
hello?
have 2 more minutes to wrap up.
Okay,
Just a minute.
sure. Now is the last part for my multiple linear regression, which is we can see the R value is the 0.556. We show that 55.6 variation dependent variable was explained by all the dependent variable. From all the R square, we can see the dominant factor in this study is the process helper, which is the beta value is the 0.264, which is the highest factor among the other factor. The main key that make the process helper become dominant is the accession agent always acknowledge their skills and the performance in the various aspects, such as coordinate capital, guide the smallholders in the proper process to accomplish their goal. Now is the conclusion. As we know, it can be concluded as the accession agent is the most important part in the coconut industry because as we know, based on the data that has been get from the department of from the smallholders, they always tell to me the extension agent does not always make the regular visit. So this is unable to the smallholders to get the new information from the extension agent. So in order to be the competent extension agent, the coconut industry should have several aspects such as knowledge, skills, and others. As the recommendation that has been noticed in this study, the first recommendation is the catalyst, which is they need to improve by arranging the regular training for the coconut smallholders. The recommendation also, they must have provide a lot of effort of the coconut smallholder through ensuring the provision at the time given. So from this recommendation, they will help the coconut smallholders to be more competent industries like the other major crops such as oil palm, rubber, paddy, and others. So hence, it is also important to point the extension agent at the specific location. So from this recommendation, it will help the extension agent to be more, give a motivation to help the smallholders in the coconut industry to improve their coconut sustainability. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad Lukman, for your sharing and great insight on the coconut industry as well. And I can see that you shared quite depth knowledge about it. Thank you once again. Well,
Welcome.
if you have audience, you have any question, you can post in the chat box. The secretariat will lead to these presenters as well. Well, we'd like to go back to the previous presenter. We have technical issues now. We have rectified it. Well, I'd like to invite Muhammad Rashid Hafizi for presenting the paper entitled COVID-19 and Food Security in Malaysia, Implications on Smallholding Agriculture. Muhammad Rashid Hafizi.
Hello.
Yeah, you may take over now.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Muhammad Rashid Fiji and my partner is Dr. Fazli Abdul Fattah. So the topic for today are COVID-19 and food security in Malaysia, implication on smallholding agriculture. We move to next slide. So there is 4 parts for today's presentation. The first one is introduction, followed by problem statement, result and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. Introduction. As the effect of COVID-19 is significant to the world market, it has also indirectly impacted all the players involved in the agriculture sector production and hence give major limitation to the player to continue their production and gain profit. Agriculture sector plays an important role for the growth and development of the nation development. It is directly and indirectly connect to other industries and has the main objective of supporting the overall growth and development of the economy. COVID-19 have had a serious global impact on economic instability, local, global public health resource, and above all, people health. Malaysia, for example, as on 13 April 2020, had enforced shutdown of several sectors such as education, transport, and tourism. This will give an impact to the certain sector. Thus, it will lead to disruption of the nation economies. Next page. Next page. Next page, please. Problem that arise here is first one, lack of market access and supply chain, labor shortage, limit transportation and logistics, and lastly, reduce profit. MCO, limit farmer market access to buy input and sell goods. Fresh produce accumulates in farm and cause food loss. MCO also give limitation for traveling between countries. Non-citizen holds half of the percentage of agriculture workers. Thus, it will give huge impact to the employment in the agriculture industry, where less production will be made because of labor shortage. As the shipping industry has been shut down due to COVID-19 pandemic, it has given an impact towards import and export of food and agricultural products. As it reflects on the impact of the economies, there will be less external trade of agriculture sector for Malaysia. This limitation will therefore lead to a sluggish of economic growth of agriculture sector. Next page, please. So here the objective of the study. The first one is to analyze the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the profitability of agriculture smallholder. Second one, to examine the factor that affect the probability of agriculture smallholder due to COVID-19. For this study, the data gained by conducting online survey with the help of structured questionnaire provided for selected smallholder in Malaysia. Convenience sampling has been chosen. Convenience sampling is a type of non-probability or non-random sampling where members of the target population who meet certain practical criteria such as easy accessibility, geographical proximity, availability at a given time, or willingness to participate are included for the purpose of the study. A total of 217 smallholder of farmers from several states in Peninsular Malaysia was captured within the MCO period and later extended to the conditional MCO from May to August 2020. Result and discussion. Next page, please. Okay. So the first one is gender of the respondent. 85.3% are male and the remaining 14.7% are female. For the race, the majority here are Malay with 69%, followed by Chinese and Indian 12%, and lastly other ethnic 7%. So location of the respondent resident, majority here are 67%, that state suburb area, followed by 29%, that 67% are rural area, followed by 29% are suburb area, and lastly 4% from urban area. So here are the state of the respondent from all over the country. Majority here comes from Negeri Sembilan, that is 10.6%, and the last one Putrajaya 0.9%. Can we go to next slide? On this slide, it shows the education level and field of agriculture of the respondent. The majority of the education level of respondent here are those that with SPM level, and the last one are from primary school. Field of agriculture, the majority here from crop planting, that is 68%, followed by fishery and aquaculture 21%, and lastly livestock 11%. The impact of COVID-19 on crop. As we can see here, the from the respondents state that 80% state that yeah, there is impact in agriculture, and the remaining 40% state that there is no impact to agriculture production. This is from before and after the MCO. As we can see here, from before MCO, their production much higher than after the MCO or during the MCO. Can we go to next slide? Region of less harvest. Most of the respondents higher no level or could not reach the farm on time due to MCO because everyone was aware of the control orders that prevent any form of movement to reduce the impact of COVID-19. In addition, a variety of problems also arise when this movement restrict movement with strict SOP. The wholesaler also need to go through the SOP which is enforced by the government. Table here are the academic groups. The academic refer to multiple variables with only two possible values, that is yes and no. From a total of 688 respond, the majority here, 81 respondents state that the most significant reason lead to less or low harvest were due to barriers to get or reach to their farm on time, followed by 68 respondents that state that crop were not ready to be harvest on that particular time. Next page, please. Yield decrease. Respondents state that there is yield decrease in April 2020. A total of 95%, that is 131 respondents, state that there is decreasing in yield for the April 2020, while the remaining 7 respondents state that there is no significant yield decrease in April 2020. Reason of crop yield loss. Respondents state here that the highest reason of crop or yield loss do not have store facilities or don't have drying facilities. The lowest one not suffer any loss. Can we go to next page? So here are the slide for the impact of COVID-19 on livestock and aquaculture. As we can see from figure here, income from livestock aquaculture April 2020 are much higher in lower category than average income from livestock aquaculture month before. For the market price before the MCO are much lower than the market price after the MCO. So here are the household income different for the smallholder. Income before MCO and much lower Then after the MCO, from all these 5 category, as we can see, from 0 to 2,000 ringgit, income before are higher than the respondents. There is more respondent for this particular subject, and income after have 5 respondent only. Okay, next slide, please. Factor analysis. In fact, as you can see from slide here, the significant value less than 0. The significant value here are 0.528. That means less than 0.05. Suggests that this result do not generate any an identity matrix and are thus roughly regular multivariate and suitable for further analysis. By using the factor as predictors, the amount of variance in each variable can be recorded. If any communities are very poor in the extraction of key component, another component must be extracted.
Rashid Afizi,
Yes, sir.
you have 2 more minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. Conclusion and recommendation. There are several issues that raised due to COVID-19, such as smallholder income, production, logistics, and marketing. Closure of restaurant and agricultural market limits smallholder to market their agricultural product. Thus, it leads to lower income and less production among agricultural smallholder. Movement restriction order limit physical access of food distribution activities. Wastage of fresh agriculture product also happen due to inability of farmers to transport their product from farm to center market. Majority of respondents experience a reduction in yield during COVID-19 pandemic. Less profit are made by the agriculture smallholder due to less harvesting activity, restrict movement, higher production costs, and low market price during COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it is recommended that alternative solutions such as digital agricultural technology, including e-commerce or digital marketing, are useful to facilitate supply and marketing and reduce losses brought by potential incidents like the novel coronavirus. The relevant government agency associated with agriculture and food production should speed up the construction of public service platform for agricultural produce which cover all farmers and distribution center to promote the transparency and exchange of information, including supply and demand. Finally, government and financial sector should work together to sustain international trade in fertilizer, chemical, grain, and other export and import of agri-food. Thus, the expected adverse impact of COVID-19 can be minimized through enhancing local production. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muhammad Rashid Hafizi, for your presentation. Well, let's proceed with the next paper entitled The Development of Rice for Drought and Salinity-Prone Environment Through Markers-Assisted QTLS Permitting Strategy. For that, I'd like to invite the presenter, Dr. Norazia Abdulaziz Shamsuddin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Norazia, I'd like to roll the ball to your court.
Okay, did you see my slide? Are you able to see my slide?
Yes, doctor, it's clear.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my presentation today is the development of rice for drought and salinity-prone environments through market-assisted QTL pyramiding strategy. Okay, so as we all know that the rice is a staple food for Asian people, and 90% of rice were produced and consumed by Asian countries. So these figures shows that Malaysia has the highest population growth rate compared to other Asian countries, but we also has the lowest self-sufficiency level on rice and the lower mean of rice per hectares. Okay, so with increase of Malaysia population, we need to produce more rice to fulfill the population demands. Okay, so our government actually targeted to achieve 80% self-sufficiency level on rice by 2025. Okay, because we want to reduce the dependency of on rice import and to enhance country food supply, because our current self-sufficiency level on rice is only 70%, while the remaining 30% were imported from other rice producing countries such as Thailand, Pakistan, and Vietnam. And most of these rice are high quality rice. So, however, it's not an easy task because our rice industry are facing many problems, such as we have limited land to grow more rice, and a part of that we are significantly affected by abiotic and biotic stresses, which has limit our rice productivity. Okay, so what is abiotic stress? I think all of you are familiar with abiotic stress, which includes drought, salinity, submergence, and even mineral toxicity is part of abiotic stress. So these stresses is complex because it involves many plant mechanism. Okay, and you know that the severity of occurrence of abiotic stresses is expected to increase as a result of global environmental changes and causing major implication for food supplies. Okay. Okay, so and therefore breeding for abiotic stress tolerant rice is compulsory as is provide the sustainable solutions for these problems. Okay, so one of the promising breeding methods that has been utilized before is through marker assisted breeding. Okay, because this technique has proven effective in enhance many quantitative traits. Okay, so IRI, okay, International Rice Research Institute, okay, has successfully identified several major effect QTL which link to drought tolerance, okay, under drought stress. Okay, and many efforts has been taken to integrate single QTL into susceptible mega varieties. Okay, but this is insufficient to provide the significant profit to farmers. Okay, because to provide significant profit to farmers, at least 1 ton per hectare of yield is required. Okay, so our objective is to develop high yielding rice that tolerant to multiple abiotic stresses. Okay, and using marker assisted breeding methods. Okay, so this is the methods. Okay, so we started with the population development. Okay, we integrate 3 QTLs. Okay, we call it as drought yield QTLs, QDTY. So we have 3 drought yield QTLs. One is 12.1, 2.2, and 3.1, and this all QTL already integrates in the background of mega varieties. Okay, they are high yielding, but they are susceptible to drought. Okay, so we use the NEAL or near isogenic lines because we want to reduce the effect of undesirable characteristic of the donor parents. Okay, because we know donor parent, it says although it's tolerant to drought, but it has low yield, so we don't want the trait of low yield, so we just want to maintain the drought tolerant traits. Okay, so okay, we confirm the presence of the QTLs through the genotyping protocols. Okay, and we use the molecular markers, or these are the markers that we use to confirm the presence of each QTL. So we have the peak markers and the planking markers, so 3 peaks for 3 QTLs. Okay, so the second step, we tested the progenies under reproductive state drought stress. Okay, we impose the drought stress 30 days after transplanting during the vegetative stage. And for non-stress trial, we maintain 5 centimeters standing water in the field. Okay, so that this is the information of the selected breeding line, most promising breeding line actually, and the check that we use to screen under both type of stresses. Okay, then the selected promising line were evaluated under vegetative stage salinity stress, and we give the most severe level of salinity stress at 8 decisiemens per meter. Okay, using Yoshida methods. Okay, so this is the result and discussion. Okay, so as you can see here, we are successfully created this severe level of drought stress because in this is our trial in Philippines back in 2013 to 2015. So as you can see here, we're able to correct the soil. Okay, actually the soil started to crack just a week after stress were imposed, because during this time there is no water at all. So we're able to create very severe drought stress. Okay. And as expected, okay, the susceptible drought susceptible parents MR219, okay, it's produced no yield at all. It's not flowering at all. Okay, so this is another field. This is during multi-location trials conducted in Malaysia in 2017 to 2019. Okay, as you can see here, the level of drought is not as severe as our trial in Philippines, but we maintain the plants with no standing water, okay, from the transplanting until maturity. Okay, okay, so this is the result of heritability. So as you can see here, the high level of a high value of heritability was recorded for all traits except for the root traits. Okay, root length and root width. Okay, for grant yield GY, okay, the heritability value under non-stress is 0.91 or 91%, and under drought stress is 96%. This is what we aim for, because high value of heritability indicates that this trait is highly controlled by genetic factors rather than environmental factors. So we are targeted for high heritability value for these traits. Okay, because when it has high value of heritability, we can use this trait for the direct selection of the drought tolerant lines. Okay, so we also conducted class analysis because we want to see which combination of QL are the best. Okay, so as you can see here, I already highlighted in yellow. Okay, the class with QDTY 12.1, either as single, okay, class A with the 3 combination, all the QTL, and class E only with 12.1. So it gives the high yields compared to other class compared to other classes. This indicate that 12.1 is really work to improve yield under drought. Okay, because it's also improve the root traits, the root length and the root width. Okay. Okay, actually, this several study has reported, okay, the effectiveness of this QTL in enhanced root characteristic. For example, Henry in 2012 reported that lines with QDTY 12.1, okay, enhance the root traits by producing deeper root system and more root hairs. okay, second, the root hairs, okay, which enhance the water absorptions, okay. In another studies, okay, by Roran in 2015, QDTY 12.1 was actually the modification of such of secondary traits such as lateral root, leaf transpiration efficiency, and panicle branching, and also metabolically, okay, is involved in
I think she's got disconnected, but try to contact her.
Okay. Please notify her. Thank you.
boleh dengar ke?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
Okay, sorry, I have a problem with my internet connection, so I will start over. Okay, so I think I stop. Where is it here? Okay, so yeah, 12.1 is involved in morphophysiological traits and also metabolic activities. Okay, so this is the summary of the result. Okay, as you can see here, the two selected line -5 and 91 give a yield advantage of more than 3 ton per hectare under non-stress, as well as 1.5 ton per hectare under drought stress. Okay, as under vegetative stage salinity, okay, MR-91, okay, its produced survival rate equivalent to the Czech Nona Bokra. Nona Bokra is the well-known, the common use check for salinity tolerant genotypes. Okay, so this is our screening, okay, our phenotyping activities, okay, in our glass house. Okay, so this is our multi-location plot, multi-location trial in Kedah. Okay, so as the conclusion, so this is the first report of successful effect of QDTY in increasing yield under drought stress. Okay, which rather than the background other than which of the QTL were earlier identified. And breeding lines with QTLs have better morphophysical trait than recipient parent MR219 under abated stress, under drought and salinity. And this QDTY may also important for other abated stress tolerant because of the presence of pleiotropic effect. Okay, marker-assisted breeding is an effective, efficient, and fast-track method to integrate several QTLs from donor parent to mega varieties. Okay, and we use near isogenic lines because we want to reduce the linkage stress, because we don't want to bring together the undesirable trait from the donor parents. So the selected breeding line with high yield tolerant and high yield tolerant can be recommended for cultivation in drought or salinity prone environments in Malaysia. So I would like to thank my lab members, my field workers, and and the grants provided by UKM. Okay, help from Department of Agriculture, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Norazia, for your presentation and great sharing. Right, participants, if you have any questions, you can post in the chat box. Secretary will lead to the presenters for getting the answers. Well, we proceed to the final presentation, which is the research entitled Optimization of 2,4-D and NAA concentration and combinations towards the production of carriers in Malaysian rice 219, MR219. The researchers are Siti Nur Adila binti Hamzah and Associate Professor PS Dr. Nur Hamzah Azma binti Yusuf. Sorry. And for presenting, I would like to invite Siti Nur Adila binti Hamzah from UITM. Siti Nur Adila, I'd like to roll the ball to your court.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Selva Kumar. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. My name is Siti Nur Adila binti Hamzah. I'm a UITM Plant Biotechnology student supervised by Dr. Nur Azma binti Yusuf. And today I would like to present my research titled Optimization of 2,4-D Carnitine and NAA towards the production of callus in Malaysian rice MR219. The outline of my presentation consisting of the introduction, objectives, problem statement, methodology, results and discussions, conclusions and recommendations, and finally differences. The introduction. Okay, for my research, I use MR219, which is a cross between MR137 and MR151 that was developed by Mardi in January 2001. It is the most common rice varieties commercially cultivated in Malaysia. So generally, rice contains more than 100 bioactive substances, such as gamma-oxazole, which is known to have important biological profile, such as antioxidants and also a blood pressure reducer. So what is gamma-oxazole? Gamma-oxazole can be simplified as a group of ferulic acid esters of phytosterols and terpene alcohols. So it has been identified in rice with maize, but highest in rice and found to be primarily reside in the rice bran. So and it was found to be a mixture of different components through HPLC. And this mixture is very depending on the chromatographic approaches. So through my research, it will be extracted through the callus. So callus culture can be used for the sustainable and large-scale production of secondary metabolites. So there are many factors affecting the callus induction, such as explant starts and plant growth regulators, or known as PGRS. And there are two types of PGRS, which are auxins and cytokinins. So auxins such as 2,4-D is most commonly used to induce callus. And so in addition of with combination with auxins such as NAA or cytokinins such as carnitine is widely used to enhance callus induction and maintenance. So the objectives of my study are first, to optimize the concentrations and combinations of 2,4-D, carnitine, and NAA on the callus induction of MR219. Second is to determine the effects of it on the production of gamma-oxazole from callus culture of MR219. So MR219 offers many agricultural advantages, but this rice cultivar is regarded as a recalcitrant due to its low ratio of calogenesis and regeneration. Although a lot of protocols have been reported for MR219 macropropagation, but its ratio of calogenesis are still limited. So previous research showed that the recalcitrant of indica rice, which is the MR219, is higher compared to japonica in vitro tissue culture. system. And there is no information yet on the in vitro production of gamma-oxanol through catalyst culture, as it is reported to be obtained from the rice bran, which is through the rice milling. So however, by rice milling, only a partial of the value is captured through extraction and refining. Besides, the capital costs have limited the ability of rice milling industry to capture this value. Furthermore, rice bran is used as a livestock feed, and rapid development of hydrolytic rancidity in the bran during storage made it difficult to be fully utilized. Therefore, in vitro catalyst techniques, which is the current study of mine, is employed to ensure that condition of gamma-oxanol as extraction byproduct will be more stabilized, consistent, and sterilized under controlled environment, as well as obtained in a short period compared to full cycle of paddy. So the methodology. For the establishment of sterilized catalysts, it started with the manually dehusked mature rice seeds, sterilized using absolute ethanol, and a mixture of Clorox and 20 were added and shaken. Then the sterilized seeds were rinsed and finally were blood dry. And for the preparation of catalyst induction media, it consisted of preparing the MS media containing of MS powder with vitamin, sucrose, and gelauride, as well as the addition of certain volume of 2,4-D, carnitine, NAA according to the treatments. And for the inclusion of seeds, pastoral seeds were used per 1 sterile petri dish and cultured under 68-hour condition. So for the HPLC analysis, the solvent system was consisted of HPLC grade isonitrile, methanol, acetic acid, and dichromethane. And this reverse phase HPLC system was consisted of the 3 to 5 nm wavelength for gamma-oxanol components detection and was spread on polar C18 as the stationary phase. Okay. The parameter evaluations of the catalyst was including of catalyst induction, rotary or shooty catalyst, biomass, which were fresh weight and dry weight of or of FW and DW, morphology, appearance, color, shape, and appearance, and also lastly, days to catalyst induction were also being recorded. So for the extraction of gamma-oxanol, the powdered catalyst was immersed in aggregate solvent of dichromethane 2 methanol 2:1 volume for volume, and after that the solution was vortex and centrifuge. And okay, so for the experimental design, the experiment was comprising of 34 treatments, and for 2,4-D it was ranging from 0.5 to 2 milligram per liter. Meanwhile, for NAA it was ranging from 1 to 2 milligram per liter and 5 to 15 milligram per liter, and for carnitine was from 0.5 to 1.5 milligram per liter. So this statistical analysis were conducted using SPSS, NAVA, and the Tukey test. So for the results and discussions, okay, so on effect of different PGRs on catalyst induction. Okay, through the comparisons of catalyst induction of all the treatments, T3 showed the highest catalyst induction with 100%. T3, which was a treatment containing of only 4D, shown to significantly increase the catalyst induction of MR219. So this study also showed that treatments of combination of 2,4-D with other PGRS, which is the carnitine and AA, or the use of 2,4-D alone could simulate the catalyst formation. So the use of 2,4-D alone was in agreement with previous researchers, as it gave better results for induction of catalyst compared to combinations with other auxins and cytokinins. So most previous report recommended 1.5 to 2 milligram per liter of 2,4-D alone to be used in rice catalyst induction, which is the 4-D is a commonly auxin used to induce the catalyst because it can revert cells and they expand to a differentiated state and begin to divide. Okay, so an effect of different PGRs on rotary or shooty catalyst. So all treatments were shown to be not significantly different with each other in affecting the rotary and shooty catalyst. So the highest percentage was recorded by T16 and T17 with 93.33%, whereas the lowest was recorded by T3 with 46.67%. So these considerations of 2,4-D controlled developmental pathway, and as low levels of 2,4-D were used, so the shoot development would be initiated. So for the combination of 2,4-D and AA, it would induce catalysts that would have shoot organogenesis capacities. All right, so for morphology, as all the treatments involve the combination with 2,4-D or 2,4-D alone, there were no green spots recorded on the callus. This was because 2,4-D had an inhibitory impact on chlorophyll formation, which may result in the whitish or yellowish callus. So for callus grown on media of the combination of 2,4-D and NAA showed less brown callus compared to those treated with 2,4-D alone and combination of 2,4-D and kinetin. So the qualities of callus produced also had desired features, which were creamy, globular, and big in size. And the use of 2,4-D alone would have better callus induction, but such callus would suffer from browning. So the addition of NAA essentially overcame this callus browning problem. So this is an agreement with Rahman et al. 2015 for MRQ80 and MRQ50, which use combination of 1 and 5 milligram per liter of 2,4-D and also 5 and 10 milligram per liter of NAA. Didn't detect any browning incidents from all 2,4-D and NAA media. So auxins such as NAA enhance putrescine biosynthesis, which control the genetically callus browning tract. Okay. So on effect of different PGRS on the fresh weight and dry weight of callus. So the highest FW and DW were recorded by T22, which significantly showed that both 2,4-D and NAA increased FW. And this combination was more effective than 2,4-D alone or combination of 2,4-D and kinetin on callus biomass. So as cited from previous research, auxin was known to play an important role in callus induction and proliferation. And according to Suraya and Alina, 2018, the combination of different types of auxins was a better alternative compared to the use of single auxin, in which their research also used 2,4-D and NAA to insulate the indica rice. So the chromatograms of gamma-oxanol standard. So this the initial step of the experiment was designed to identify the presence of gamma-oxanol by comparing to the standard, which then the chromatograms resulted would be quantified. So the chromatogram of the standard showed the 6 components of gamma-oxanol as shown in the slide, and this pattern also been showed by the previous studies such as from Kim et al. 2013 and others. So, okay, next, in this study, this is the chromatogram of one of the samples. So the peaks observed in the sample chromatograms can be described as trace elements that were not related to gamma-oxanol. So this concentration can be affected due to several factors such as sample extraction methods, which include the types and ratio of extracting solvent and mobile phases used. And furthermore, the extracting solvent also play an important role in stabilizing the condition of gamma-oxanol to minimize the evaporation. So the missing individual peaks of gamma-oxanol in my chromatograms in the slides showed that gamma-oxanol in the sample was likely to be involved in oxidation, and this might be occurred due to it being catalyzed by the natural presence of metal ions. So for reconstruction, from the study, a protocol was presented for MR209, which was MS media supplemented with 4.4 gram of MS powder with vitamins, 30 gram of sucrose, and 3.5 gram of gel-rite with an addition of 2 milligram per liter of 2,4-D was optimal for the callus induction for MR209, and with the addition of 15 milligram per liter of NAA, it provided less time taken for callus induction with better callus morphology, which was fewer browning problems. Besides, through this study, it can be concluded that combination of auxin and auxin or auxin alone can induce callus induction of MR209. So as for the limitation of this study, it was based on the previous established HPLC protocol of gamma-oxanol. So therefore, it was recommended for future researchers to optimize an efficient HPLC protocol for gamma-oxanol, especially for indica rice callus. So besides this study also investigate only the effect of PGRS and which are 2,4-D, kinetin, and NAA. Therefore, it was recommended to investigate other chemical factors such as carbon source and phosphate, as well as the physical factors such as light and temperature. So these references. All right, okay, that's all for me, and thank you. Back to TS Dr. Selva Kumar.
Thank you, Siti Noor Adila binti Hamzah.
Yes.
And it's a great sharing, and I can see that your research work is depth as well. Uh, well, the chat box is still going on. So if any questions is there, if there, you just can post the question there, and presenters will answer respectively. Well, for that's our last paper for this session, for session 2, and to be shared with you all, we realized that the session started since at 12 o'clock, and sorry, at 11 until now. We can see that various topic has been argued and has been discussed from right from the biotechnology, from the social science, from the business perspective, and I was quite amused by the works that have been done by all the researchers. Well, once again, I'd like to thank all of you for joining the session 2, and please stay in group 2, which is this theme for session 3. Session 3, room 2. This is room 2, right? Room 2 will focus on the biotech and soil. So those prefer to go for protection, plant protection, you may join as a room 1. Well, to conclude, the significant improvement that has been contributed for the science, for development for the industry or the agriculture is always welcome. And we have to work towards to develop the sustainability of the industry and the sustainability of the sector. Very simple, always sustainability is to prevent, means to make sure that we have the resources for a long term and the next generation without degrading whatever we enjoy the benefit as well. Well, that's all for session 2, and that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thanks you all for joining this session, and I'd like to pass over to the secretariat.
Thank you, TS Dr. Silva Kumar, for your good handling of the parallel session for track 2 just now. And now, before we adjourn, I would like to make a few announcements. The parallel session 3 will start at 2 p.m. in the same room. Therefore, please be online starting from 1:50 p.m. So we hope everyone had benefited from this session, and see you again at about 1:50 p.m. Okay, thank you. See you all again. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and salam sejahtera to our lead speaker, chairperson, and all participants in room 2 parallel session 3. I am Muhammad Najmi from IPC 2021 committee, will act as the secretariat for our session together today with Anas Kamsari and Rosilawati Rosli. So our chairperson for this session is Dr. Nur Kursina Bol Kasim. Before we hand over to the session chair, we will have a short photo session, which will be conducted by my colleague Anas. Before that, Dr. Wan Rasidah, can you unshare your screen?
All right, thanks. Wait. How to go about it? Stop share. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
If can everyone turn on their cameras so we can take the photo.
Everyone's ready. Means yeah. Okay, I'm going to take two pictures. The first one for the formal picture, and the second one will be freestyle. Okay, ready everyone? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, give me a moment. Okay. Okay, for the second picture will be freestyle. Any style that you like, or just thumb up, everyone thumb up. Okay, and 1 and 2. Okay, thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you, Anas. And with that, I will hand over the session to our chairperson. Okay, over to you, Doctor.
Okay, so thank you, Najmi. Right, Assalamualaikum and good evening to our invited speaker, Dr. Wan Rasida, the presenters, and also to all the participants. Okay, my name is Kurshina, and I will chair the session for today. Okay, so in this session, we have the papers from biotechnology and also from soil science. We have 2 papers from biotech and 3 papers from soil science field. Yeah? And then I would like to remind for lead speaker, we have 30 minutes times, 25 minutes of presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. And then we have the oral presentation for only 10 minutes of presentation with 2 minutes of Q&A. All right, so I hope you guys sit back, relax, okay? Drink up your coffee and enjoy the presentation, yeah? So we'll start our session today with a lead speaker, our lead speaker for today, Dr. Wan Rasida Wan Abdul Qadir. Okay, she is the head for Forest Plantation Program in Forest Research Institute of Malaysia, FRIM, and she obtained her doctorate degree in soil chemistry at Ghent University, Belgium in 1995. Her area of specialization is soil chemistry, soil fertility, and soil amelioration. And she actively involved with the private sectors in developing a mulch product, such as the mulch and fiber mats for soil, and her research is focuses on the soil-plant relationship and nutrient use efficiency based on the conventional methods, as well as the isotope and also the radiation techniques. Okay, so along her career path, she has over 100 articles published, okay, as books, journal, and other scientific publications. Okay, she was also granted with patents, research funds, and she is actively supervised the postgraduate students and have won medals at national and international innovation exhibitions. Okay, so her capacity development has reached beyond the national levels, where she managed to secure the fellowships from international agencies such as IAEA, FAO, USAEP, to attend the training attachment at the research institutions overseas. Okay, so Dr. Wan is also elected as the first female president of the Malaysian Society of the Soil Science, okay, in April 2014. Okay, so she is the first female president since the founding of the society in 1971. Okay, so prior to her appointment as the president, okay, she had served in the MSSS Management Committee since 2010, mobilizing the team to organize the annual meeting and also, of course, the Soil Science Conference of Malaysia. So without further ado, I would like to invite our Iron Lady in Soil Science, yeah? Okay, Dr. Wan Rasida Wan Abdul Qadir. Please, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Krishna. She's once worked in my lab also. I remember her doing her PhD. So that's the first time I met her. And until now, we are still in a good relationship, especially with us MSSS. Yeah? All right. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everyone. Okay, I wish to thank the organizing committee for actually invited me to this to give a lecture based on my whatever I have in my knowledge and my experience. But I believe in forestry plantation is not cannot match the agriculture plantation. So because we are more of industrial but plus conservation. So okay, please bear with me, and I just share whatever I have in this short time period. Okay. All right. I move. So sorry. Okay. When we talk about forest plantations, actually, never imagine that you can see this. Oh, sorry. Can I put this? Okay. Is it better? Okay. This size of logs the age is about more than 50 years. So, but in forest plantation, we never aim to achieve this because it won't be economical. So,
Sorry, Dr. Wan, sorry, yeah? I cannot see your presentation. Can you nudge me?
Okay, wait.
It's only in your folder.
Oh, sorry. Okay, can you see now?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
I already shared.
I think you have
Doctor,
to...
you share your entire screen, I guess. Yeah.
Yes. So how to do it?
I think you try unshare and then share screen again.
All right. So share again. Can you see now or
It's still in the folder. Can I tell you if you can try to share the slide to me and I'll share it for you. I'll share the screen for you.
All right. Wait, sorry for this. How to share with you?
You can send it in the chat in the.
Send my file in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's try. Where is the chat?
It's at the bottom next to the share screen.
Okay, file. Is this PC is from my PC or from?
Sorry?
I cannot see my folder.
Did you click on when you click on file? Did you click
no,
on?
I got it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sending.
Okay.
All right. Already done.
Okay, I'll download it first. Okay, downloading. It's a bit slow, so
The file is too big.
do you have your WhatsApp web on? I'll try to.
WhatsApp. Wait, I got just. Oh, sorry, what's the other WhatsApp? Did you get it? You cannot get it?
Yeah, it's tengah loading.
Can I try to share it again?
If you can try to share it again. If it's
Share screen, huh? Okay. Can you see the slide? No.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see it now.
Okay, I go to slideshow. Okay. That's so slow. Hang, slideshow is hang. So can I just present this one?
Yes, sure.
Okay, because slideshow is hang. All right, I just continue because we are actually of time. So for forest plantation, actually why we need to establish forest plantation is it mainly for as a source of industrial wood, and industrial wood meaning that it is all for downstream industry and not for conservation. And we need, and then it is also as alternative source, so that we can reduce the burden to the natural forest. So we have another resources, then we can consume more of our natural forest resources, and this is also for to sustain practice the sustainable management of our forest resources. And for this forest plantation, we have certain targeted downstream industries. So if we, let's say, if we produce acacia mansion plantation, that means there are targeted product, meaning maybe it is for wood chips, and so it takes about 7 years, 8 years. So it's short rotation compared to 30 years for natural forest for production. So like eucalyptus, maybe for veneer. So it is very targeted industries. Okay, tree plantation is usually established as a monocrop. This is mean more to ease management and harvesting in the future. So but these monocrop plantations have another impact on this sometimes on the biodiversity. So we also go for mixed species planting, and this mixed species can be 2 or more species, and usually for economical and ease of harvesting, this mixed species plantation we establish as pockets of different species.
So we have, okay, in some areas, we have this acacia species. We have this shorea species, sometimes shorea sebagai, and then we have another species. So by patches and by pockets, then when harvesting, so we can go patches by patches, so it is more economical. And then also we can have this harvesting at a certain period, so continuous supply of wood materials. Okay, I go to the next slide. Okay, this is touch a little bit on the hectareage of forest plantation in the world. We have about 264 million hectares in the world, but for Malaysia, we have about 440,000 hectares. And Malaysia is not that big, so the problem is we don't have much land area, but we still need forest plantation. So and then that's why mostly plantation was established in Sabah and Sarawak, because they have more land area. And then for the world figures, China is leading now with a 77 million, and I think it is more now. This is the figures in 2010, but was published in 2016. And we have the US coming up. US including the northern states, and we have 70 million in the Russia Federation, and go down, and Vietnam now is coming up with now Vietnam has about 1 million hectare of acacia mangrove plantation alone. Then they also have other species like eucalyptus and all these indigenous species plantation. So for Malaysia, we have limited land area to promote for forest plantations. Okay, I go through a little bit how we progress in plantation forestry. We started before World War II. In the 1920s, it is planted as small scale planting, just for research purposes. And this planting, we make use of these available seedlings in the nursery, that seedlings that they are left over for research, so they put up in the plantations. And then we have a World War. This is just dormant for a moment. And then after 1950s, we have a larger scale planting. This is more of to reclaim soils, that because of the war, we have many areas degraded land, degraded forests, that we have to enrich back the forest. So in 1950s, Malaysia start this, we call it Tangya system. And mainly in the northern state, mainly with thick planting. So, but we still have this thick that was planted in the 1950s now in Malaysia, and it's still at our research station also we have that in Perlis. Okay. Sorry, my computer is a bit slow. Something that's like stuck. How to move? Okay. So the next phase is the first large scale planting. This is was established in 1967. Started in 1967. The program that is called pilot plantation for quick growing industrial tree species, that is intended for pulp and paper production. And this plantation, this proposal came from foreign scientists and foreign consultants. So they introduced this softwood species. So these softwood species are mainly Pinus caribea, and we have also few other species. All this, but this project does not I mean halfway, because of this pulp production is not materialized in Malaysia. So the plantation is still available now. Maybe for Peninsular Malaysia, we have that in Bukit Tinggi. We also have this plantation in Cameron Highland. In Fraser's Hill, we still have these patches of Pinus plantation and Araucaria plantations. And we also have this, we put as our plantation also, we have this kind of plantation in frame, and we keep this as showcase plantation that we have before. So so after after this, we have another large scale planting in 1983, but this time Malaysia focused more on this hardwood species. This hardwood species is still is not indigenous. It is exotic species, but the main aim of this plantation is to have to compensate wood supply in Peninsula in Malaysia. That's what it is called compensatory forest plantation program. And 3 main species was introduced. That is Acacia mangium, and we have Parasirantis bacatem. Now this batai is still being planted as a plantation crop, and we have another one is Malaina arborea. So 3 main area that was planted with this species is Ulu Sidili Johor, and we have in Kemasol Pahang, and in Selangor we have in Batu Arang, Selangor. All right. Okay. For the current practice in forest plantation, we have this commercial forest plantation. This is established through funding by the government, channel to the Forest Plantation Development Center Berhad. Berhad is headed by the Malaysian Timber Industry Board. So we have I think about 8 species, and now we have more species, including bamboo, introduced. The main is to this is a 15-year program under the MPR. This we have targeted 375,000 hectares of forest plantation with annual planting of 25,000 hectares until 2020, until last year. But I think for this program, it is continued under 12 Malaysian plan, and it's still available. So for this program, we also try to introduce now the indigenous species, that is Meranti temak nipis, which is also quite hardy species, grow very well. We can have a lot of seeds and adapted to many kind of soils. So that is why we propose that to be included in this commercial forest plantation. So the species that are being planted now is acacia, rubberwood, thick still planted. Kaya is no more, I think. We have kelempayan and eucalyptus, also batai. But the main majority of species planted is rubberwood and acacia mangium. but now we have problem with also with acacia menjum, the disease problem. So I mean, industries have to look for better species. Okay. Okay. What are the issues with this forest plantation? Timber plantation is actually, if not properly done, it can have an adverse effect on the biodiversity, on the communities and the local economies. Why biodiversity? Because it is monospecies. And then if plantation is established as monospecies only and there is no lack of buffer zone, then it will affect the biodiversity. And the communities also sometimes, I mean, especially the orang asli and then kampung people, if some areas is developed as for forest plantation without having access road for these people to cross to the forest areas, then it is it's like affect their daily activities in the as a economic things. So plantation, timber plantation has to take all this into consideration. And then with increasing population, the competition for land, for agriculture and development is always there. It is a problem. So if some areas is aim for development, I mean physical development, then the agriculture has to go away. Then when the agriculture move to remote area, then it affect forestry. Then forestry have to go further inland. So this is an ever problem in Malaysia. And for forest plantation investment, we need a large area. That's why forest plantation are mostly established in Sabah and Sarawak, because they have vast land area and less people. And for actually, this is a figure from FAO. For timber and sawmilling and furniture manufacturing, we require about 15,000 to 20,000 hectares of forest plantation to make it commercially viable. And for wood chips, pulp and paper, we need more areas because we need I mean our harvesting cycle is shortened, so then raw materials need to feed the raw material to the mill, so more areas is needed. And another issue is the type of land we have. And then in Malaysia we have more than 1 million hectares of idle lands. These are idle lands, including tin tailings, beach ridges interspersed with swale, that is sandy soil, mostly in the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, and shifting cultivation and abandoned paddy lands. So these areas is available for forest plantation, but these areas consist of soil which are not that good, and it is considered as marginal soil. So these are the common soil limitations that we face in forestry plantation. Soil compaction. Compaction is common in forest after logging. That is area where we have stack of logs there, then compaction is very bad over there. And then we have these poor and excessively drained, the poor drain and excessively drained soils. This soil, this is including the XT mining area, and then brick soil. We have soil with steep slope that is not suitable for agriculture, but it is soil that is the area that is encroached illegally. So the area is steep, And then if we want to recover is as a forest planting is very challenging. And we have the organic and nutrient lacking subsoil and separate layers. This kind of this type of soil, we have that in Cameron Highland, mostly in Cameron Highland, where people illegally scrap the topsoil to go for agriculture. That the raised agriculture, they are not planting on the soil itself, but raised agriculture. But it happened that it is a forest reserve land. So this kind of soil we also experience. We want to convert it to plantation, to forest plantation, but a lot of problems we face. And overlay disturbed soil. This is also the area where the soil is I can say it's disturbed soil. We call it the LD soil. Mostly also this is enclosed area, and we have also shallow soils. Okay. Okay. This is how we go for planting on compacted soil. As I said just now, the first picture here is the kind of soil after logging where they stack the log. We call it matau area. So this kind of soil is very, very compaction. You look at the picture, you can see already why the effect is. We have this area is very dense with the vegetations, but this area the plant barely can grow. In Malaysia, if you leave the soil like this, if it is not a problem soil, it really can be easily turned into secondary forest. But this one we can see, we can still see the surface soil. Okay. On a better soil, we actually at this area we go for planting. Compared to the better soil, we have the trees. We have the trees here, but it is very small. Cannot see here. So this is the effect of the compacted soil. So how we manage this kind of soil, this kind of marginal soil, we have to go for big hole planting. This is rather costly, but this is the only way to go for it. So to have back the trees, and later on, after we go, the trees has established there, and the soil will ameliorate themselves through interaction with roots and microorganisms and things like that. So we in the beginning we have to help the trees to grow. So to help the tree to grow, we have to create environment, soil environment that is for the roots to to breathe and then to grow and then to develop. So we need this kind of big hole planting. This is how we go. You have to make this usually 1 meter by 1 meter big planting, and we have to put soil from outside. We have to go for amendment, soil amendment, and the planting. You see how we fill up this area to loosen the soil because it is so compacted. Okay. So we can see this is how it goes. The planting hole is usually 1 meter by 1 meter. So we have to fill up this with another soil from outside. We have to bring it from outside and reach the soil so the trees can establish there better. Okay, and then this is how it looks after we go for intensive planting. It is worth it, but if the cost at the beginning is rather high, but we get the trees. Get the trees to grow, and I think we managed to get the forest. This is called intensive forest management. We develop forest plantation bed in patches in the forest reserve itself. So I mean, we can have the group of this is one species, and we have another species. So it is later on, it is intensively managed as plantation in the forest itself. Okay, this is in the Kai in Jalanpur area. Okay. Okay, this is another compacted soil, very poor drain. The poor drain soil, the soil is compacted, but this is natural. This area actually initially is patches along this peat swamp forest. So we have this soil is, this is not dry soil. It is wet, but it is very very compacted. It has poor drain soil. So if you look at these trees planted, the performance is very bad compared to this area, which is at a better size. So if this kind of area, there is, I think usually management is very expensive. So usually we don't recommend this to take this kind of area to develop forest plantation. So let it grow like that and leave it like that. So we go for better area, then we have this kind of trees growing forest plantations. And you see this is high in iron. And this is also poor drain soil. This is ex-mining area, but this is on the slime side. We have ex-mining, we have two types of soil. One is sandy soil. That sandy soil is very drainage class is about 9 to 989. But this is slime tailing. It is compacted with high silt content. So drainage class maybe class 2 or 3. So for this kind of soil, we can still develop forest plantation, and we have done it successfully in our BDO stations. We also have to have soil amendment. This is a mixture of topsoils, a good soil, plus coconut fibers, cocoa peat. Initial planting is quite costly, but later on the tree can grow very well. And here we have less problem with moisture, but we have problem with compaction. So we tackle the compaction side. Once the tree is growing, then the trees penetrate down into the root has penetrated down into then the soil is loosened by itself. So then later on we have a forest. And this is during planting. This is the beginning. But in the beginning the tree growth is quite rather slow. After 1 year, it starts to develop the forest. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Wan.
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes left for the session.
Sorry,
Sorry, Dr.
All right. So this is how we go for sand tailing as mining. We also have to have big planting hole, deep planting hole, to retain this is to retain the moisture, the nutrients, and to reduce surface temperature on the soil, on the surface soil. So we have this cover for the trees. Okay. Okay, this is on soil. We also have amendment, but this time we use this waste from the paper mill. Waste from the paper mill, we call it paper mill. This is high in nitrogen, about 4% nitrogen, and we have done it successfully during planting. This is soil where about 98% sand, and then this is after 3 years during planting. Then after 3 years, we managed to get this nice looking forest plantations. Okay, this is also on a brick soil. If you look at the soil itself, in the beginning you can see already the difference. You have like two zones of soil. Then and when we go for planting, this is we establish mangkuang plantation, pandanus mangkuang. So we can see the effect of the soil itself. So see how this is a good area where we have the green area, and that is we have bare soil. So the effect is very clear. So we have to do something about this. And you can see the difference in soil. The soil color is very different. So we have to have more. We have to put like compost or organic amendment to this kind of soil. Okay. This is what I call is saprolite or subsoil in Cameron Highland. You can see here how deep the soil is cut here, and then left abandoned. This is the forest reserve and encroachment, and then we have to establish plantation on this kind of soil, but it's not that easy. This is like the soil has no lock in nutrient and organic matter. Okay. This is also overlying disturbed soil. We have different. This is marine clay soil, and then on top of it, it is we have mineral soil, but it's compacted. So you can see green. The grass is green, but when we plant the trees, it doesn't grow. Very difficult to grow, and this is very compacted. And to have it back to with the forest area, this is forest in Malimau. We have to do the soil amendment, and maybe we have to remove the overlying soil that was put there before and return back this to mangrove area. Okay. Okay, this is how we do in early days forest planting site preparation. We have remove valuable logs harvested, and shrub are cut, stacked, and burned, and no uprooting to conserve the soil, no terracing or slope, and very minimal soil disturbance. But for this previously we have to the area is burned to avoid the disease. But later on, the current practice we do the same thing, but no burning, zero burning concept. Okay. This is how establishment. This is just to I move fast. And then we have also nutrient problem with this plantation. Sometimes we have unsatisfactory growth, and we have in health system. And sometimes because of lack of nutrient, the tree is stressed, so the disease came. Disease is usually secondary. It comes after the tree is weak. So these are the one of the findings that we have, causing by P deficiency, phosphate deficiency, but it shows like the trees have been affected by disease. So this is how. Okay, this is another. This is I have to stress this because you see in trees they have the mechanism to track back the nutrients before. So you see the yellow leaf before the this is the measurement that I've done. The trees retract back the nutrient before the leaves turn yellow. So once the leaves turn yellow, that means some of part of the nutrient is already taken back by the trees and restored back in the trees. So we see in Malaysia we have problems with phosphate. We have a high, the total phosphate is high, but available phosphate is usually very low. So the trees need phosphate. It retract back. For acacia mentioned, we can see it 78% of phosphate is retranslocated back to the trees before the leaf fall. And we compare with Kaya evorensis, it's about 26% phosphorus is retract back. This is the energy nutrients need for acacia is because the trees is fixing nitrogen. So it need more energy to to fix nitrogen. So that's why the irradiate more nutrients. Okay. Okay, this is what we are looking for when we establish forest prevention. Good looking trees, straight, bold, and very green. And then this is also this is locust, which is indigenous, Florella sebagai. This is Eucalyptus, exotic species. But what we want is straight, bold trees and green, and always we maintain surface soil. We try to cover the surface soil with and let the grass to grow, and to that usually when we do maintenance, we let some level of grass to be there, so to reduce the surface temperature, because we are not intensively managed like rubber or palm plantations. So forestry is like this. Okay, I think this is my last slide. Okay, this is frame also is a forest plantation, man-made forest plantation. You can see in the 1920s how it looks like, and in the 2000 this is frame looks like now very green. So this is forest plantation, but we did not do logging, no harvesting. So it is not we have ecological value to this. So thank you very much. Sorry for the my technical problem in the beginning. All right, back to you, Dr. Kushina.
Okay, Doctor.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the very informative presentation on the sustainable management of marginal soil for the forestry plantation. So perhaps we can open for one question. So in the chat box already, Madam Salwa Adam posted a question for you, Doctor. So soil is an asset for the plantation. So it is important to manage the asset. Can you comment on it based on the status of Malaysian soil?
Yes, soil is an asset. Very, I can say, you cannot value it. Once it is disturbed, then it is very difficult to do remediations. So if we need to go for plantation, do it proper way. I think for plantation we already have the SOP and the procedures to follow, and follow it straight way. If the area is very steep, so it's not suitable for plantation, don't go for it. So let the steep land be steep land, and the forest will cover it. So you can retain the soil. So the real things that we face, we can see what happened to the Cameron Highland. So Cameron Highland, usually we have pit, upland pit there, more than 1 meter pit, and then we have thick organic matter covering the soil. So once we go just bulldoze it, then the surface soil is the surface soil is exposed. Then the rain come, then Malaysia with high rainfall, and how the rain come Malaysia is very heavy. So it is the topsoil just go like that. So that's why we have siltation, we have all these problems down the stream. Because of this, we didn't follow the SOP. I didn't say that we cannot go for agriculture in that area, but do it proper way. We have all those even the agriculture department has produced the SOP for this how to manage steep land area. So just follow it. So I think as Malaysians we have to value the soil. That is my comments. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Wanya. So perhaps if anybody have a question for Dr. Wan, you can drop in the chat box, or probably you can bear a message to Dr. Wan. Yeah.
Yes,
all right.
I'm happy.
So, yeah. All right. So let's proceed to the next presenters here. So I would like to welcome the technologist, Dr. Q Choi Wen. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. So the session is yours.
Okay. Let me share my screen first. Okay, very good afternoon to all the participants. Today I'm going to share on the topics on a review study for the future of genome editing technologies in black pepper. Okay, let me slideshow the screen. I hope everyone can see my slide now. Okay, so first I would like to introduce about the black pepper. So black pepper is a well-known king of spice and widely used for the culinary purpose, especially for the growing pre-treatment food business and as well as a food seasoning. So other than as a culinary, it has a lot of pharmacological properties like anti-cancer, anti-diabetic, improved digestion, as well as for antimicrobial. Currently, the pepper production in the world can achieve up to 7,000 tons in the year 2018, which accounted a value of 4.1 billion USD. So for in Malaysia, almost 95% of the pepper is produced from the country from the states of Sarawak. And this production remains the country as the top 5 in the world pepper productions. So in year 2019, Malaysia exported about 9,800 tons of pepper that recorded with the values of 228 million ringgit. And in year 2018, there's more higher in the exportation, which is accounted about 11,000 tons with the value of 318 million ringgit. So this climbing Y currently supporting the livelihoods of about 35,000 of farmers in Sarawak, especially in the rural area. So what's the challenge in black pepper cultivations? So even though with a very high demands of the black pepper, the cultivations are still facing with a lot of difficulties. For example, like the low pepper price, the problems of the disease, nutrients, as well as the climate change. And these all factors contribute to a very affect a lot on the pepper use for the pepper production in the country. So in order to meet with the high demands of the pepper from the world as well as from the country, the improved variety with a high yield characteristic or resistant to pests and disease are highly recommended. So before we can go to do on the genome editing, we need a very good genetic resources. So currently the largest pepper germplasms are located in the Kerala of India. This is also the origins of the pepper plants. They have nearly 3,520 accessions that comprising the wild varieties as well as the planted commercial variety. So in Malaysia, we have started the germplasm establishment since year 1957, and the systematic plant breeding activities research was carried out in 1971, and they take almost 20 years to produce a new variety through the conventional plant breeding methods. And currently, we're still facing the problems of the disease resistance because our varieties on pepper, they are resistant to the major disease and pests are still in limitation. So, however, this maintenance of germplasm in Malaysia are still in the field. So we have faced with serious challenges like the plant aging, all kind of infections from the disease and pests, as well as climate change. Even the high turnover of the personnel affect the maintenance of the germplasm. So these germplasms are very important to provide the genetic resources for the improvement on the crop varieties. There's a good news on it. On the pepper genome sequencing that has been published by a paper from China in 2019. So a reference genome of black pepper on the varieties of Lampong Daun Kecil have been reported that using the genome sequencing from four technology, included the long read sequencing, that is a PetBio. Then another papers on the NGS-based genomic SSR, the genomic marker for black peppers, has been reported on year 2019 as well from India. This genetic marker is a very valuable resources that can be used for the agronomical research for the plant breeding study. So I go into the crop improvement objective for black pepper. So there are three important objectives that we need to look in detail for the improvement on black pepper crop. So first is to look into the high yield per vine. So when we look into the high yield, we need to look on, basically is on the fruit spike and berries. So we need to increase the number of flowering, the length of the fruit spike, as well as to reduce the fruit abortion. But even we have a very good variety that are resistant to the disease, or they are very resilient to the climate change, that can indirectly contribute to increase the use on the pepper vine. Then the second objective, we need to look into the high quality along with the high yield. So black pepper are well known with the pungent taste. So this pungent taste are contributed from the pepperin as well as from the oleic and essential oil. So this secondary metabolite from the black pepper are important characteristics that contribute to the good qualities of the black pepper. So in future, if we can do on the crop improvement on the quality of the black pepper, these few secondary metabolites are in the target site for the manipulation. So the next one will be the resistance to foot rot disease. So currently, we still facing with a serious problem on the diseases that contribute to a low yield on the black pepper. So the first one will be on the Phytophthora foot rot disease. This is a very major disease that can wipe out the crop, pepper crop within a very short period of time, that will contribute to a high loss of the pepper production. So the targeted on the crop improvement that resistant to this foot rot disease is a very urgent matters on the breeding purpose. So when we talk about the gene editing, this is something not new in the research for the study on the crop improvement. They are considered a quite mature technology that can be employed on the crop breeding purpose. So this genome editing, they have an advantage on off-target effect. They reduce the risk on off-target effects. That means we can target the special characteristic or special traits on the plant, and we make a necessary editing on the plant. So we can achieve our objective in a very short period of time. So this technology can be applied in any crop and in any lab as well. So this technology can be used for those plants that are very, they have a very complex genome, and they are not easily bred through the conventional method. For example, they have a very long life cycle for the researcher to study on the effect of the changes of the genes.
Sorry, Dr. Q, you have 2 minutes left, yeah? Sorry.
Next one I want to talk about is on the yield. So when we talk about the yield, we will look into the detail on how we improve the yield of the black pepper. So from here, we can see that not only improving on the flowering, on fruiting, but we also can make the plant to be resistant to diseases, climate change, and this can be achieved through the gene editing methodology. So this is some of the example that I have extracted out from different other crops that have successfully using the gene editing technology to do the crop improvement. So first, I would like to share some of the gene editing for the disease resistant in black pepper. So in black pepper, there are 4 major diseases, which is phytophthora, blackberry disease, wrinkle red leaf disease that caused by the virus, and root knot disease. And previously, there have already a few papers that have well described on the genetic mechanism on the gene that contribute to the resistance on the pepper plant, but maybe mostly on the wild variety. So we can use this gene that have been published or reported previously to do the necessary gene editing. So it will be more targeted and the effect will be more fast that can be seen in the crop improvement. So previously there have been several successful study in other crops, for example, in soybean, cucumber, as well as in papaya. They have used the gene editing technology to improve, to make the plant resistant to different kinds of disease as well as on viruses. So the next one, I will look into the genome editing for the high quality. For in pepper, we are more interested on the piperine production. So when we do on the genome editing for the high quality, we will more keen to look for the increase the piperine production. So previously I have published a paper on the transcriptome genomic transcriptome study on the piperine. Then I have found there is several genes that have they are very critical for the synthesis on this piperine. So there are all these genes are in the phenylpropanol pathway. So I believe that with the editing of this gene, because this is a qualitative trait, so we are easily targeted them and we can make changes accordingly, and we can have more short-term to production on this crop improvement on the piperine. That means increase the quality on the black pepper. So what's the advantages on gene editing in crop improvement? Basically, that take a very short periods of time to produce a elite plant to meet with the demands on the market, and it can more targeted and it more we don't have any side effect from the editing. However, we still face with different challenges on the crop improvement, especially from the EU country. They are, even though the plant is approved safe to be consumed, but there are still many beliefs that this genetic manipulation are not in a good intention. That's why we believe that this all problem can be solved if we have a future, we have a more stringent and more transparent regulation to gain the public trust on the genome editing on the crop improvement. So as a conclusion, I believe that in black pepper, we can explore this technology on our future crop improvement to increase the yields as well as make the disease resistant in the black pepper to improve the income of farmers as well as to improve the economic income on the country. So that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Q, for the sharing on the future of genome editing technologies. Yeah. So
Yes.
since we are running out of time, if you want to ask the question to Dr. Q, please drop your question in the chat box. Yeah. We are very sorry because we are actually running out of time. Yeah. All right, so you can drop your question in the chat box for Dr. Q. Is it okay, Dr. Q? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So next, we want to proceed with Nur Fadila from FRIM. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right. So please, you can proceed with the presentation.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if I can be here.
Yes.
Oh, can I? All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Nur Fadila. I am from Fries Biotechnology Division from FRIM. Today, I will be presenting our work on the 3 breeding programs for forest plantation establishment, present and future. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. I will talk a bit about why we did this research, and then I will just move forward to the 6 forest species that will be discussed in this presentation. There are Tectona grandis, Jati, and we did establish a seedling seed orchard in Shoria Leposula, or locally known as Meranti Tembaga, and we have Acacia hybrid in clonal trial, and then some breeding programs in Sesendok, and also progeny trials for Shoria Rotsbugai, Meranti Temak Nipis, and the Meranti Sarang Punai. Okay, in 2019, Department of Statistics stated that export of timber and additional timber-related products increased by almost 0.7 billion from 2018 to 2019. And then if we take a look at the MTID data on the international woods import values, we can see that Asia country have the largest value, that is 73% throughout the world. That is 4332.7 million. Based on this demand, we believe that there are requirements for wood and herb certification in order to ensure sustainable and legitimate supply, and also to commercialize the research findings. And therefore, in effort to supply the timber, we believe that timber should be produced through an efficient farming system using quality and accredited breeds. And then effective plant material production system also needs to be mainstreamed to ensure the continuous supply. This is also about the sustainable management of the forest resources. Okay, why are the 6 species? Why are the Jati, Acacia, Tembaga, Sesendok, Acacia hybrids? Because these species have been studied on their suitability for forest plantation species by MTID and also GPSM in 1982 under Compensatory Forest Plantation Project, and then started in 2016 under RMK11. We have started the tree breeding program for Shoria Rotsbugai. We find that Meranti Temak Nipis is very robust actually, and their growth performance are very good too. In 2019, we got funding from JPSM under the 3RSM project on the tree breeding study for Shoria Provifolia. Actually, initially, JPSM requires us to conduct the study on Shoria Rotsbugai, but then we have actually started earlier on the Meranti Temak Nipis. So after the discussion, we choose to promote Shoria Provifolia. Okay, I'm just going to jump into the research project. Okay, untuk Jati, we have the clonal trial. This study have started even back then in 1953. We have established provenance resource bank at Mata Air, Reminiscence Station in Perlis, and then we have established the clone bank in 1994. And then from the clone bank, we select few genotypes to establish progeny trial in Papulot. Papulot is in Perak. And then from the findings of the progeny trial, we selected 15 clones to conduct the clonal trials in 2014. So after this 5 years of clonal trial, we have identified 7 clones that are good in terms of their growth performance and also stable throughout multiple locations. In 2012, Malaysia Book of Records have acknowledged the clone bank for the largest collection of pig clone. Okay, I will just show you the research activities. Basically started with preparation of the planting materials, and then the planting activities. The 7 pig clones I have mentioned earlier, have been identified under frame ID 39. Okay, I will move on to Meranti Tembaga. Meranti Tembaga, 3 breeding programs for this species have started since 1997. After 20 years of progeny trial plot that has been established, we have managed to establish the seed orchard. Seed orchard is basically it is an orchard derived from the progeny trial plot, whereby we have evaluated the growth performance, and also we have assessed the genetic diversity and relatedness among the planting materials that were assessed in the study. In the progeny trial, we have 40 families originated from 6 locations throughout Peninsular Malaysia. I'm not going to go into details on the methodology. These are the examples of the selected mother trees. For your information, for progeny trials, the planting materials were collected from the seeds of the superior plus tree. The trees have been graded for their quality or good in terms of growth performance and in terms of their form and also phenotypic characteristics. Okay, these are among the research activities. All right, in 2018, we started the evaluation on the genetic diversity and relatedness among the 40 half-seed families. These are just the research activities on the sampling activities of leaf for the DNA extraction, the findings on the DNA profiling and genetic diversity of the 6 populations show that the genetic diversity of the 6 populations actually are very high. The heterozygosity values range from 0.67 to 0.72. That is considered as very high for the pterocarp species if we take a look at the literature. Okay, this is actually the first SSO of Meranti Tembakau in Malaysia. We actually haven't cut down the trees. The selected plus trees looking something like this. These are the example of the plus trees for the establishment of seedling seed orchard. Okay, this SSO will be able to continuously supply high quality planting materials. So now this means that we can collect the seeds if we want to establish or for the reforestation or rehabilitation of degraded areas in the forest areas, we can actually just collect the seed at this seed orchard without going into forest areas anymore. And then we have actually we have a very high gene pool.
Sorry, Fadila, you have 2 minutes left, yeah?
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll just go very fast. Okay, we have, for acacia hybrid, we have conducted clonal trial. This one already 10 years old. I'm just going to go straight to the research output. Okay, for clonal trial of acacia hybrid, we have identified 4 clones of acacia hybrid based on the growth performance and another 2 clones that are tolerant of wilt disease. Okay, these are the terms of the disease severities results. Okay, we have also established triplots for endospermum diadenum. There is 1 clone that have been identified based on their growth performance and the ability to adapt in the environment. All right, these are among the latest study. We have established 3 progeny trial plots at Kelantan, Terengganu, and Perlis. The progeny trial plot The main objective is to establish the SSO in the long run, and DSSO able to produce the high quality planting materials. With the high quality planting materials, it also means that we have increased yield per hectare. Okay. These are just the glance of the research activities from the preparation of the planting materials, establishment at the trial plots, and then we are still currently collecting the data, growth data. Data collection showed that survival rates are more than 85%. Even the growth increment are very promising too. So dia tak gerak pula dah. Okay. This one for the progeny trial of Shorea parvifolia. This one is very new. We are still in the middle of collecting the seeds for preparation of the planting materials. The objective similar to the progeny trial of Meranti Temak Increase. Alright, before I end my presentations, I would like to highlight the research output. So basically for Jati, we have already identified 7 clones. So for the way forward, this would be the potential clone for the large scale quality planting materials. And for Meranti Tembaga, we have already established the SSO. SSO can serve as the ex situ conservation and also provide good quality seed sources. And for the acacia hybrids, we have identified 6 clones. For Sesendok, we have identified 1 clone, and we are moving forward towards the clonal trials. And for Meranti Temak Nipis, we have already established the progeny trial plots, and then we are moving towards the establishment of the SSO. And for Meranti Sarampunai, this is very new. We are still at the stage of sampling activities and preparation of the planting materials. Okay. Throughout the research work, there are many people that we have to thank. So thank you to these people. All right, with that, I thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Ms. Fadila. Yeah. All right, so question and answers can be done in the chat box. Yeah, and I've seen there's one question for Ms. Fadila there. All right. So okay, so you can check for the chat box. Yeah. All right. So next, we will proceed to the next presenters. So we will be having Fabrianti. Are you there?
I am.
All right, so we'll proceed with Fabrianti first, yeah? All right, so Fabrianti, please, you can proceed with the presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to this presentation. An honor to meet you in here, even though virtually. Okay, let me introduce myself. I am Febrianti Saridewi Sitanggang, and I am from Universitas Sumatera Utara, Indonesia. Please look at the picture. What do you see? It's piles of empty fruit bunches that will be composted using an activator. Now, I want to present about my research with the title The Contents Availability of Nitrogen, Phosphor, Potassium, and Magnesium in Empty Fruit Composting of Oil Palms with Symbiont Bacteria from Rhinoceros beetle larva, Oryctes rhinoceros, Ordo Coleoptera family Scarabidae. About my research background is oil palm plantation in Indonesia increases every year, so crude palm oil production was increases too. The total area plantation in Indonesia has increased throughout 2018 until 2019 by 398,300 hectares, so that causes the accumulation of empty fruit bunches. When processing fresh fruit bunches in palm oil mill with a capacity of 100 tons per hour produces 22 until 23% empty fruit bunches or 220 until 203 kg of EFB. Apart from the pungent odor, it also reduces the beauty of the environment when placed carefully. Therefore, there is need to carry out proper management in order to form a product having high economy value, such as compost. About empty fruit bunches or EFB. The first EFB was capable of becoming an organic material with increases C organic and total and alter soil pH. The second, EFB has a high potassium content as well as the main nutrient nitrogen, phosphorus, and magnesium, so that it can increase fertilization efficiency. And then the EFB was a potential source for cellulosic biomass with effect the abundance of Oryctes rhinoceros because of the weathering of organic matter present. The presence of empty fruit bunches is a breeding ground for Oryctes rhinoceros. And the last, there were bacteria species in the third instar larva of Oryctes rhinoceros, including Achromobacter species and Bacillus species, which is being used as composting activator. About bacterial symbiont. The result of research by Sijaba et al. At 2018 state that bacterial species in the hindgut larva of the symbiotic from Oryctes rhinoceros was used for starting the composting. What happened in the hindgut larva? In the hindgut, the digestion process takes place so that in this section there are a number of symbiont bacteria that secrete cellulose enzymes to break down cellulose. Oryctes rhinoceros larvae originating from rice straw were isolated and identified as being found in Bacillus. In metabolic activities, bacteria need nitrogen and phosphorus in the digestive tract. Bacillus subspecies able to utilize organic material by releasing enzymes to break down organic compounds and produce carbon dioxide, methane, hydrogen, and water, then energy. Material and methods. Place and time of research. This research was conducted between June until October 2002 at the Laboratory of Plant Disease, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Indonesia. The material used include empty oil palm bunches which have been coarsely coated, and I media and B media, alcohol cotton, and bacterial symbiont intentional isolate of Oryctes rhinoceros obtained from the disease laboratory based on Sijaba et al. At 2018. And then the equipment used include Petri dish, Erlenmeyers, test tube, Ose needles, machetes, and scale. This research was experimentally conducted a factorial randomized block design with two factors, such as type of bacteria and time of decomposition. The type of bacteria was namely Bacillus yemenensis and Bacillus stachyspericus. Meanwhile, the second was time of decomposition EFB in 6 weeks and 9 weeks. Bacterial propagation was performed on NR media by stretching and harvesting after 18 until 2000 until 24 hours. Thereafter, it was placed in B media and stirred using a shaker. Hence, the density was calculated using a spectrophotometer. Coarsely chopped EFB were placed in a bucket and dosed with 75 milliliter of bacterial culture for every 1 kilogram. The compost was turned over once a week. Meanwhile, the bucket tips were covered with black plastic to prevent contamination. Composting was carried out for 6 and 9 weeks. Result and discussion. From table 1, we can see the result of the DEFB composting analyzed for 6 weeks. And table 2, we can see the result of the EFB composting analyzed for 9 weeks. Based on the table 1 and 2, the C organic value after 6 and 9 weeks range for 24.13% until 29.58% and 16.17% until 25.34%. The C organic value in 9 weeks EFB compost was lower due to the release of C molecule in form of carbon dioxide during the process. This microorganism use carbon as a constituent of the cell by releasing carbon dioxide and producing other compounds as a result of decomposition. Furthermore, C organic is a biological buffer for balancing nutrient and other properties to improve the soil physically, chemically, and biologically. When the C organic value is low, the nutrient resistance is also low. The data in table 1 and 2 show that the nitrogen at 6 and 9 weeks range between 0.60% until 0.80% and 1.94% until 2.15%. This value was higher than the standard compost quality based on SNI at 2004, where the nitrogen content is higher 0.40%. The nitrogen value in 9 weeks compost was higher than in 6 weeks because the longer the incubation time. The C content decreased with longer incubation time because it is used by microorganisms as a source of food, while nitrogen increases due to the decomposition action of microorganisms which produce ammonia and nitrogen. Based on 1 and 2, the phosphorus value for 6 and 9 weeks were 0.12% until 0.16% and 0.16% respectively. This value correlate with the standard compost quality based on SNI at 2004, which is higher than 0.10%. The phosphorus value is related to the natrium content. Therefore, the greater the nitrogen, the higher the microorganism that break down phosphorus. Hence, the phosphorus content also increases. Microorganisms are able to remove organic acids such as citrate, glutamate, cysteinic, and glycosid, which chelate, iron, aluminium, calcium, and magnesium. From table 1 and 2, the potassium value in the 6 and the 9 weeks EFB compost range from 1.64% until 1.48% and 0.28% until 0.30. This value correlate with the compost quality based on SNI at 2004, which is higher than 0.20%. The high content of potassium, especially in EFB 6-week compost, reduce the use of potassium fertilizer on plants. This element increases plant growth and production. The magnesium content for 6 and 9 weeks range from 0.30% until 0.37% and 0.34% until 0.35% based on SNI at 2004. This value was in relation with the compost quality standard, which is smaller than 0.60%. Magnesium play a role in the formation of leaf chlorophyll. The acidity level is one of the critical factors in microorganism growth. Based on the table 1 and 2, EFB composting carried out for 6 and 9 weeks, so the pH range for 7.6 until 7.88 and 6.57 until 6.65. The 9 weeks EFB compost, the 9 of compost indicate a lower pH compared to 6. According to Benito et al. 2012, bacteria from acid with reduced pH. Furthermore, microorganisms began to convert inorganic nitrogen into ammonium, which rapidly increases pH. Hence, compost becomes alkaline. In addition, some ammonium is converted to nitrate, which are denitrified by bacteria, therefore, so the compost becomes neutral. Moisturizer was in range of 75 60% until 80.68%. Meanwhile, the increased humidity during composting indicates the metabolic activity of microorganisms and oxygen supply. In addition, the optimum humidity is at 40 until 60%. When the humidity is below 40%, the microbial activities decrease. Meanwhile, when the humidity is greater than 60%, anaerobic fermentation occurs, resulting in an unpleasant odor. The ratio between carbon and nitrogen, C/N ratio, determines the compost quality and maturity. Beside from table 1, the 6-week composting had a ratio C/N of 35.56% until 36.97%, while 9-week from table 2 had a ratio of 8.30% until 11.67. The longer the composting duration, the smaller the C/N ratio. When this ratio is high, it indicates that the comps of the compost material has not completely. Soil C/N ratio around 13 until 20, which is the final value. Based on this result, EFB composting is achievable in 6 weeks, although the The C per N ratio is quite high due to its incomplete decomposition. Conclusion: the composting is achievable in 6 weeks using bacterial isolate of Bacillus stratospericus and Bacillus yemenensis with C per N ratio value of 35.56% and 36.97%. Despite the high C per N ratio due to incomplete decomposition, microba are able to obtain enough carbon is used as an energy source and nitrogen is used for protein synthesis. Based on SNI at 2004, show that the high potassium value is 1.64% and 1.48% correlate with the compost quality standard. Well, thank you for listening. May all those we have shared be beneficial for all of us. God bless us.
All right, so thank you very much to Ms. Fabrianti. Yeah? All right, so if you have any question for Ms. Fabrianti, please drop your question in the chat box. Yeah? Interesting point, okay, in the composting of oil palm CFP, yeah, using the symbiont bacteria from Oryctes rhinoceros. All right, so let us proceed to the next presenter. So I would like to welcome Mr. Siraj Munir. Are you there?
Yeah, hello?
All right, so
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah,
All right,
sure.
cool. All
Okay,
right.
so you can proceed with the presentation, yeah?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just get my stuff ready. Share screen. One moment, yeah, sorry.
We still can't see your screen.
All right. Okay, I'll just do this. Can you see it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So assalamualaikum and a very good evening to first and foremost the moderator and fellow participants, fellow everyone. So my name is Siraj Munir bin Muhammad and I am going to present on my studies entitled Effect of Slow Release Fertilizer on Nitrogen and Phosphorus Contents in Immature Oil Palm in Sandy Coastal Soil. So the oil palm industry has been forging ahead to guarantee palm oil is sustainable to be produced and recognized as such around the globe. And in the past decades, tapping into marginal soil, which was previously deemed as unsuitable for oil palm cultivation, has occurred, mainly due to scarcity of land. A considerable amounts of fertilizers is required to produce good yield of fresh fruit bunches of oil palm, especially in marginal soil, mainly in coastal sandy soil. This is because major limiting factors of this coastal sandy soil, which includes poor water retention and high leaching of nutrients, especially on granulated chemical fertilizers. Therefore, the effect of slow release on nitrogen and phosphorus contents in 2 years old oil palm is in coastal sandy area was determined. Perker et al. In 2015 stated that shortage of suitable mineral soil led to establishment in marginal lands such as coastal sandy lands, which is problematic soil type of poor nutrient status, low organic matter content, very little water holding capacity, and prone to leaching. In 2014, in 2004, Okoye et al. Stated that usage of controlled release fertilizer (CRF) and slow release fertilizer (SRF) can minimize nutrient loss by reducing runoff at 10% slope gradients in oil palm fertilizer management. Jacquet et al. In 2011 stated that EFB compost having plausible mechanism in retaining the nutrients in the growing media by surface adsorption and increased nutrient recovery. In 2017, Indah et al. Stated that EFB compost as soil amendments, notably on soil which are poor in organic matter, like coastal sandy soil, improve the soil capacity by improving the capacity of the soil to retain water, affecting drainage properties and compaction resistance. In 2018, Serafina and Chan stated that usage of EFB compost with inorganic NPK fertilizer was able to provide enough for nutrient in mineral soil for plant uptake and sustain the yield of oil palm. So the problem statement is that we have the sandy coastal environment which is prone to nutrient loss and high leaching factor, could be solved with EFB compost and slow release fertilizers. This research objectives is that we want to determine the effect of combination of SRF and EFB compost on immature oil palm in coastal sandy soil, where we have we will see the growth response based on the total mean of boil diameter and leaf area, as well as the total mean of nitrogen and phosphorus content of soil and plant. The methodology is as such, where we have experimental setup of complete randomized block design, treatments of 5, plants per plot is 2, replicated 4 times. The location of this experiment is in a smallholder estate in Sampadi, Lundu, Sarawak. Plant growth, we have taken the palm bowl diameter and leaf area. For soil nitrogen content, we are using CHNS. Soil P content, we are using the Braid 2 method and lambda 34 UV-vis spectrophotometer. Plant nitrogen content, CHNS as well. Plant phosphorus content, we are using dry ashing method and lambda 34 UV-vis spectrophotometer. So the treatments are 100% NPK fertilizer. This acts as the control. Treatment 2, combination of 50% SRF and 50% NPK. Treatment 3, 100% SRF. Treatment 4, combination of 50% NPK and 50% EFB compost. Treatment 5, combination of 50% SRF and 50% EFB compost. So the results and discussions are as follows. For the leaf area, the highest leaf area can be observed at treatment 3, followed by treatment 1 and treatment 5. However, for the mean bowl diameter, the highest bowl diameter can be observed at treatment 2 and treatment 5 and treatment 4 in ascending order. However, all of this shows no significant differences, where ANOVA P value of leaf area is at 0.969 at alpha equals to 0.05, and ANOVA P value of bowl diameter is at 0.577 at alpha equals to 0.05. According to Wijaya 2015 and Murugan et al. 2020, growth of leaf and bowl diameter is proportionate due to increase in surface area enabling photosynthesis. In our experiment, however, treatment 3 was shown having the highest leaf area, but also the lowest bowl diameter. This could be attributed to the water stress environment, which reduces the growth of palm, as described by Najih et al. In 2019. Bin Jeffrey et al. 2018 shows similar result in which bowl diameter where the recorded no significance in growth of oil palm bowl diameter. Despite the reducing amount of fertilizer and having replacing it with compost, this phenomena could be attributed to the EFB compost acting as nutrient-enriched biocompost as described by Siddiqui et al. In 2017. For this total N analysis, it can be seen that the treatment having the highest concentration of N is at treatment 1, followed by treatment 4 and treatment 2. The treatment shows significant differences at ANOVA p-value is at 0.026, where alpha is 0.05. So the Duncan multiple comparison of means analysis indicated that treatment 5 was significantly different from treatment 1 and 4, but not significantly different from 2 and 3. In addition, there were no significant differences among T1, T2, T3, and T4. These differences could be due to N release from organic matter of SRF is dependent on microbial activities when water is absent to break binders, as reported by Akwaye and Ransom in 2020. Nevertheless, Go 2004 stated that the concentration of N in the soil, such as in this experiment, is still considered to be at moderate status, where treatments can still be maintained. For the soil available phosphorus, it can be seen that the highest concentration can be seen at T4, followed by T5 and T3. However, the study shows no significant differences between treatments where ANOVA is at 0.370 at alpha is 0.05. This could be attributed to the release of phosphorus over time from slow release fertilizers when binders were actively broken, Hanifa et al. 2019. Higher phosphorus content in T5 could be attributed to the microorganisms facilitating the breakdown of resin in SRF, as noted by Sempejo et al. And Richardson and Simpson. For the mean plant analysis, both N and P shows no significant differences, where ANOVA of plant N is at 0.336 and ANOVA of plant P is at 0.969, at alpha is at 0.05. In plant nitrogen, the highest concentration of nitrogen can be seen at T2, T1, and T5, while concentration of P, the highest can be seen at T5, followed by T2 and T1.
Sorry, Mr. Siraj, you have 2 minutes left. Huh?
Thank you very much. So the SRF has improved the efficiency of nutrient uptake in plant by reducing the loss of nutrient. Notario del Pino et al. In 1995. And also both synthetic or organic SRF demonstrated advantages that nutrients are better utilized from slowly released throughout the seasons rather than applying in burst or instantly soluble applications, thus increasing nutrients use efficiency and more closely synchronizing release rates with plant demand. Al-Shamaileh et al. 2018, and both Akwaye and Bai et al. Stated that the presence of EFB compost improves the water retention in soil as well as accelerating the breakdown of compost in SRF through microbial activities. So in summary and in conclusion, the growth parameters of bowl diameter and leaf area shows no significant differences. Significant difference in soil nitrogen content, but no significant difference in soil phosphorus. Both plant N and plant P content shows no significant differences. Reduction of NPK can be reduced up to 50% by combining it with EFB compost. usage of SRF, both used in combination with conventional fertilizer or EFB, can be recommended for cultivation in coastal sandy soil. And also reduction of frequency of application in treatment with SRF shows available N and P to perform on par can improve the effectiveness of fertilization, mitigation of negative impact of fertilizers, and reduction of labor costs. As an acknowledgement, this project was received a grant from KL Energy Sdn Bhd. Acknowledgement is also due to the management of Pantu Plantation Sdn Bhd, where the study was conducted. There are 16 references for this presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Siraj, for the very informative sharing on the slow release fertilizer. If you have any question for Mr. Siraj, you can drop the question in the chat box. All right, so let's have our last presenters for today. So let's welcome Ms. Izzatul Akmal. Okay, so Izzatul, you can proceed with the presentation, yeah?
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Izzatul Akmal binti Azmi, and today I would like to present a study about a review on multi-method approaches to determine peat humification degree. So the first one is peat soils. The genesis of peat soils occurs from the accumulation of nutrient, oxygen deficiency, water logging, or saturated water condition and acidic condition. And peat soils are classified based on fiber content, ash, and organic matter content. For soil scientists, organic matter content for peat soils is greater than 35%, while for geotechnical engineers, the definition of organic matter content is greater than 75%. Then peat humification. The humification degree of peat soils relate to the degradation of organic matter. The physical structure disappears and the chemical condition changes. The breakdown of plant remains is brought about by soil microflora, bacteria, fungi. This is responsible for aerobic decay. The humification of organic materials occurs in 3 stages, namely fragmentation of large polymers, partial oxidation, fragments, and combination of oxidized substance into new arrangement or relatively small molecule. So this results in formation of humid substance such as humic acid, fulvic acid, and humin. So the common approaches used in determining peat soil humification degree are physical, chemical, colorimetry, and spectrophotometry, and microscopic analysis. So this review may provide some details needed for understanding this method and also provide the advantage and disadvantage of using these methods. So there are 3 methods in determining peat soil humification degree, which are physical analysis, colorimetry and spectrophotometry analysis, and microscopic analysis. For physical analysis, it contains Wormhole scale and Arab fiber content. Colorimetry and spectrophotometry, it contains alkali extraction method and Fourier transfer infrared technique. And for microscopic analysis is scanning electron microscope. For physical analysis, this is the Wormhole scale method. In this method, the peat soils is squeezed between the fingers and the extruded will be matched with the characteristic that contains in the von Post scale. Stanek and Silk, 1977, concluded that von Post scale technique is more suitable for field use. This is due to the results that can be directly obtained from this method. However, this method have two weaknesses, which is too descriptive and subjective. And this is depending on someone's skill while applying this method. This method may result in confusion. So this is the example of the von Post scale. H1 to H3 is fibric. For H4 to H6 is hemic, and H7 to H10 is separate. Then unwrappable content. Lampela believed that there is restriction in determining peat properties where the soil comprised of organic remains of varying degree of decomposition. So in this method, the peat soil can be classified into three categories, which is hemic, fibric, and separate. However, by using this method, it only can classify the fewer classification than von Post scale, because in this method we only can classify we can have three classification, and for the von Post scale we can get 10 classification. Then colorimetry and spectrophotometry. The first one is alkali extraction method. So colorimetric method is applied to determine the color intensity of an extract of a variety solution. So this method can extract the dark colored substances more or less quantitatively, or at least in an amount that nearly matches the samples. Then the colorimetry is varying from spectrophotometry only in the degree of sophistication. And then Bister recorded that the research conducted in Königsmauer, Germany show low correlation with decomposition process of peat. This is due to the UV absorbance of alkaline peat extract are poorly defined, in which increased humidification and molecular compounds extracted by alkaline leaching are loosely specified. Then for Fourier transfer infrared technique, FTIR spectroscopy is commonly used technique to identify basic chemical substances such as carbohydrate, lignins, cellulose, fats, and lipids in soil through the vibrational properties of their structural chemical bonds. According to results located in Cebu, that some layers have a clay mixture can be separated, but the peat soils cannot be separated directly. So by using this method, there is a limitation, which is the molecular weight cannot be determined. So there is needed some theory or fundamental to get the whole structure of molecules. For microscopic analysis, scanning electron microscope. Electron microscope are created as consequence to solution of weakness of light microscope, which is the wavelength of visible light only 300 nanometer. So basically, there are two types of electron microscope, which is scanning electron microscope and transmission electron microscope. So the first scanning electron microscope have a magnification of 8,000 times.
Sorry, Zatul.
Huh?
Sorry, Zatul, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. And for the modern version, it have the magnification to 1 million times. So although this scanning electron microscope can give more detailed field and can be determined the distinction of fiber content directly. This electron microscope is more costly than light microscopy. So the other limitation for this study is by using this scanning electron microscope, it can only measure in a very small section of a very bulk speed sample. So to avoid bias, the image captured by scanning electron microscope must be taken at least 25 to 30 images if there is no difference between the results. Okay, so this is the example of scanning microscope, and this is the summary for physical colorimetry and spectrophotometry and microscopic analysis. And the conclusion is all of these methods can give advantages and disadvantages. But for the most suitable method that can be carried out in the field is the von Post scale, because the results for von Post scale method can be directly obtained, and for laboratory analysis, the suggested method is scanning electron microscope, because the microstructure of pit can be observed tridimensionally, so the picture can be seen clearly. Then these are the references, and that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Ms. Isabella. So that is the review on using approaches, multi-method approaches to determine the pit humidification degree. All right, so if you have any question for Ms. Izatul, you can drop the question in the chat box. All right, so I think that's it for presentation today. Okay, thank you very much for the very informative sharing from both from biotech and also from the soil science field. Yeah? All right, so I return back to Nadmi.
Right, thank you, Dr. Nur Kursina, for your good handling of the parallel session for track 2 just now. So the closing session of this conference will be in room 1 at 4:10 p.m. using the link given in the chat. So we apologize for any shortcoming throughout the session. We are looking forward to seeing you again. Have a nice day and stay safe, everyone. Thank you. You can join the link in the chat, to room 1.
Okay, thank you everyone. See you in the closing ceremony.